So can you all hear me well?
Yes, ma'am.
No drop offs. I'm just going to talk for a moment to see if there's any change in my inflection, any change in my tone to see how things are being picked up. And I'm going to stop now.
Good. That was
Wonderful.
Hi, Mayor Heminger.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, everybody. How are you? Is it just us tonight?
Yep, just it. Working, make some decisions and move forward.
We're good at that. Up top.
The timer worked well, I thought, last time, so yay.
It was a little loud.
Yeah, they tried to tone it down. I know, but
That doesn't really work.
it's easier to watch than me trying to watch I try to write down the numbers of, the clock counter, and I'm like, this was so.
Oh, no, having it automated like that and not a person is, yeah, no, I agree. That's much better.
Yeah, I mean, they've done, I think.
Was talking about the timer was it good to have the two different sounds, one at 30 seconds and one at the end? Or
I think so, because then people get a
Yeah,
little bit of
yeah.
a warning and then.
Okay.
Hey, Paris.
Hi, Amy. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Good, good. Enjoy any of this weather today?
No, it was a work day.
Oh,
I mean, I poked my nose outside, but
you're supposed to take it outside and work.
no,
Yeah,
calling
I
in the
can't-
keyboard is not a good thing.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
I like your UNC shirt.
Yeah, I had to represent. Glad we were able to get a proclamation together quickly.
Yes, we were excited to do that. We did find someone to join us tonight too from UNC. they were scrambling because they're tired too.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Guys.
Yeah.
Do
And I
you
was
can you tell
thinking-
me what order we're going to be reading?
We're gonna do the UNC one since we have someone joining us. Then we're gonna do the Celebrating Successes video just because it ties back to that one. And then
Okay.
we'll move on to the Journey of Reconciliation.
Got
And
it.
then we'll have, Amy, are you doing the April is for Earth?
I am not, as far as I know.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think I'm just reading out that we've already done that. We did do it last month. Never mind. That we have, just check our website. Right? I was supposed to be wearing a Jayhawk shirt tonight, but I don't think they sent it. So,
Oh, is that your bet?
mhm.
Oh, well,
If they can't get their act together.
I know. Well, she
we
may still
represent
send-
it. We represent it.
Yeah, she may still send it. I'll wear it another time. but,
I see that you're wearing a light blue shirt too.
Yes, I am.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
our presenter, Ryan Murray, for the community survey from
Yes.
ETC, which is out of Kansas, he and his wife are both Jayhawks. I thought
Oh.
I'd give you that
Oh, no.
information.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll just mute them is what we're going to do.
No. He's a lovely person.
Yes.
He did a great job. It's just always good to know those things.
Yes, it
Yes.
is. Very good.
That's very true.
Evening.
Hello.
Hi, Michael.
Look at her with if she's still UNCing.
Mhm.
All day. Got a rep for the proclamation. I'm very proud of our boys, so. And our coach, so.
He just won another award.
Oh, yeah?
He won the Big House Gaines Award.
Oh, my.
Nice.
In case
I know
anyone's
when-
interested, I have discovered that gummy bears that are sealed for over 2 years in your briefcase are still edible.
Oh, sad. And you're
I
at
discovered
home.
I discovered the hard way that bananas that are left in your briefcase for 2
Yeah,
weeks
you
are
told
not.
us about that. That's gross.
Flo gave me a banana one night, shoved it in my briefcase, completely forgot about it. 2 weeks later, stuck my hand in to get something, and it wasn't a pretty sight.
Ooh. Mm.
Bailey left a quart of milk in her trunk one time. Found it many weeks later.
I had a gallon of apple cider dump over in the back of my van once. It smelled like apples and I'm allergic to apples. I was like, okay, this is good.
You're allergic to apples, really?
Yes, and
Wow.
pears, any fleshy fruit. Yeah,
Oh,
man.
interesting.
Oh my goodness, that's rough.
It's
Yeah.
terrible. The kids
Wow.
can eat. And it happened after I had my 4th child. He was allergic too, but now he's not, but I still am.
Interesting.
It's not fair.
I know.
Am I the only one who understood the assignment today?
What
Right.
assignment?
So Paris, I have to say there are some people here who went to schools a little farther out of town. And while we are very supportive of our town and loved it, it was a little hard for some of us. So
That's okay.
Do I need to put on a UNC blue tie?
You do.
That would be nice, Michael.
Be right.
Good job, Michael.
although I do have to say, once Duke is out, then I am all ACC and all UNC. So,
That was a quick turnabout then.
well, I can't. How could I root for Kansas? That's ridiculous. That's not going to happen.
Y'all are lucky Karen's not on right now. She would dish it out.
She knows what she knows about me. I was honest with her about that.
All right, I gotta get my suit going so I can break fast in about an hour.
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
that's crazy.
You want them gummy bears?
As long as they're gelatin free, I can have them.
I don't think there's anything real in them, so I don't know.
Hey, Karen, do you got your sticker?
I got my sticker.
Yeah, boo. We understood the assignment.
We're ready.
Nope, they have gelatin, sorry. And a bunch of other words I don't understand. Oh, well. They even have coconut in them. How in the world?
Is that better?
It's bluer.
Bluer.
It's not the right blue, but
Yeah, hell it is.
It looks gray on our
It
screen.
actually has both colors in it.
oh,
Well, it looks gray on our screen, but we'll say it's blue.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, that doesn't help, Michael.
I think it counts. I think it counts.
It is absolutely UNC blue.
well,
Yeah.
if you
Carolina blue
look
to
at
be
the
more
stands during a UNC game, there's like 7,000
Oh,
UNC
yeah.
blues, right? It's like
There is an official color, and then there's everything else.
it's always a little bit of a tonal shade there through the
Yeah,
stadium.
particularly the
Much like the sky itself,
yes.
right?
Oh, you got a printed copy of the Tar Heel, Karen? Oh.
Of course she did.
I've got all sorts of goodies over here. But not a charger, apparently.
I had to laugh. I had a Daily Tar Heel reporter today saying apparently he wasn't aware that rushing Franklin Street's been going on for a decade at least. He's like, so is it a big surprise when they did it on March 5th to learn that they were going to do this again? I'm like, no. It was a little bit of a surprise because they don't normally do it when we're playing a away game against Duke, but that's fine. So anyway, we talked.
Yeah,
But
it's
he
been
was,
more than a decade.
he was. I know, but I couldn't remember how long. I just said more than a decade.
At least 50.
Really?
Every one of the 30 years that I've been here.
Yeah, well,
Back in the 70s, when I was a student, actually the rivalry was with NC State, not Duke.
It's a long
Showing
time
your age
ago.
there,
you're
Michael.
really old,
What?
then, Michael. Sorry.
I just want to show off my nails.
Those were the David
Who?
Thompson, Tommy Burleson, Monty Tao days.
Eric,
And then
thanks
they
for
won-
joining us tonight. Did we catch you in the car there?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm actually at my son's baseball game, and my battery's running low, so I just I got it plugged in here.
Okay, well, we're gonna get to your proclamation first up after just a couple of short announcements, and we'll get right to it.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for being here. We're so excited. All right, are we close to start time here? Oh,
I heard you all talking about
it's 7 o'clock, so we are ready to go, everybody. And welcome, hello. I think people are still logging on here for us. There we go. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 6th Chapel Hill Town Council meeting. We are pleased to have you with us, however you are joining us. We are still virtual, just to let you know, and we will be virtual next week for our work session on April 13th. And then we are looking to come back in person for our meeting on April 27th, unless conditions change. And our EOC meeting got bumped to Friday, so we don't really have an update for you right now about that. But right as of now, that is the plan. And we'll share that out there with everyone as well. But so if you're joining us by Zoom, or you're watching us on TV, or you're viewing Granicus later, we're glad to have you participate and be here. We do have a very full agenda tonight, but a couple of things have shifted, and I want to let the public know in case they were signing up to speak on a couple of items. The item number 11, the legislative hearing related to payment in lieu for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, has been deferred to another date, along with the items that are tagged to that one. We wanted to keep it as a package. It will be coming back shortly, but as of now, that one's not on for tonight. And item number 9, related to the countywide coordinated manufactured housing action plan. We're going to have a discussion tonight and be able to give input, and then we'll bring it back after. If we are making any changes, we'll share that with the county. The county pulled it off their agenda to see what we were going to do, and Carborough passed the endorsement last night with a few minor modifications. We'd like to stay as well coordinated as possible. So tonight we'll be discussing and hopefully be succinct and give you time even after tonight to send in comments or suggestions via email. So then after that, we have several things. We have a public forum on community development block grant funds. We're going to open the legislative hearing for proposed housing at 307 North Roberson Street. We will get an update on the One Orange Racial Equity Framework and a presentation on the results from the community survey results. Now, if we're running really, really late, we may have to make some decisions towards the end of our agenda, because we do have a concept plan this evening on Hillmont, which is a residential project being proposed for 138 Stansell Drive. And I'm just going to remind council, as succinct as you can be would be helpful on a lot of these items, even though they're all very important. If you're joining us by Zoom and you wish to speak on items, you can, some of you have pre-registered, but you can also use the raised hand function on Zoom, and we will bring you in. And we will ask you to stay within a 3-minute time limit. Also, if you're by phone, though, you can use the *9, and we can also bring you in that way. In keeping with our virtual rules, and the state, the governor did extend the state of emergency through mid-July at least, so at least we can keep our CCES virtual, which would be great. We need to have a virtual roll call. So when I call your name, please say "I" here, whatever works for you. Mayor Pro Tem Stegman.
Here.
Ms. Anderson.
Here, and I'm just going to apologize in advance. I am solo parenting tonight, so I'm going to be running around a little bit, but I'll be here.
Thank you. Ms. Berry.
Here.
Mr. Wynn.
Here.
Ms. Miller-Fishy.
Here.
Mr. Parker.
Here.
Ms. Ryan.
Here.
Mr. Searing.
Here.
And the mayor is also here. So thank you for that. Okay. We're going to start off with a proclamation. It's very exciting. We want to give special recognition to UNC's men's basketball team, along with their coaches and staff, for the amazing, amazing performance, but also trajectory they took off during the tournament. We are joined by Eric Hoots this evening, the Director of Operations for Carolina Basketball. Oh, sorry, I'm echoing. Oh, there we go. Who will carry your well wishes back to the team. I'm sure they're exhausted and I know the players are getting caught back up on their classes. But I've asked Mayor Pro Tem Stegman, who we know, is one of those fans who just has to be motivated. She's an adamant fan. And then we'll turn the floor over to Eric to say a few words if he wants to. And then we have a celebrating success video that shows some things that went into planning for the celebration. So, Ms. Stegman.
Thank you. Good evening. So, as we all know, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill has a long history of excellence in college basketball. This season, the 2021-22 men's basketball team contributed to that legacy by advancing to the finals of the NCAA tournament. Along the way, they defeated number 1 seed and returning champs Baylor, as well as the Cinderella team, St. Peter's. Led by head coach Hubert Davis with love, humility, and deep commitment to the Carolina way, the Tar Heels also defeated the Duke Blue Devils for the second time in less than a month, I might add, in the national semifinal game. This marked the first time the longtime rivals had met in the Final Four and ended Coach K's final tournament run. Throughout the tournament, Armando Bacot, Caleb Love, R.J. Davis, Leaky Black, Brady Manick, Puff Johnson, and the rest of the team gifted Tar Heel Nation thrills, joy, and excitement, and brought positive energy to Chapel Hill through their grit, determination, teamwork, and heart, overcoming challenge after challenge to become only the 4th number 8 seed to reach the tournament finals. For his amazing leadership in the first season as head coach, Coach Davis was recognized as National Coach of the Year by CollegeInsider.com, which honored him with the prestigious John McClendon Award. He was also honored by the National Sports Media Association, which presented him with the Big House Gaines Award. We are deeply proud of this team, and in celebration of their amazing accomplishments, the Chapel Hill Town Council is pleased to proclaim tomorrow, Thursday, April 7th, 2022, as a day of recognition for the 2021-22 UNC Chapel Hill men's basketball team in the town of Chapel Hill. In so doing, we encourage everyone to show their gratitude to the team, coaches, and staff for their hard work, courage, and perseverance. They are champions to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, thank you for joining us tonight. I'm excited to have you here, but we can only just share the joy and enthusiasm that you all brought to our community, especially after dealing with COVID and not being able to celebrate together. People coming together downtown, all around town, people were just really coming together to celebrate safely. But it was heartwarming and it was exciting, all wrapped up into one. So do you have anything you want to share with us?
Yes, ma'am. Man, I'll tell you what, hearing her read that, yeah, I get emotional because you spend so much time with these guys and with these coaches, and the finality in which it ends is hard. It's hard to deal with. You work for this common goal for so long, and I know that you got your fans, we appreciate, and your support is unbelievable. But to think of where we started, where we came, where we went. Coach Davis did an absolutely amazing job, but the buy-in from our team and our guys and the way that they were able to come together and accomplish what we did was it was so impressive, and I'm just grateful to be a part of it. I really appreciate the kind words that were said, and I apologize for getting emotional, but it's when you hear those names, it's hard to know those names will never be together again. And I love those guys. So I apologize. I know it's corny, but Coach Williams says if you get emotional, and Coach Davis says all the time, that means you care. And I do care for our guys, and I care for our program. But thank you so much for having me. And I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed. But when she started reading those guys' names, I started seeing their faces and their families, and it was an incredible run. And I was just grateful to be a part of it.
Oh, we love that you care so much. We love that the whole team seems to love each other and care. It truly was a team effort. coaches, staff, players, everyone involved. It was just wonderful. We'd love for you to stay and watch the Celebrating Successes video. We want to give a shout out to our own team here at Chapel Hill, who helps coordinate with the UNC Public Safety and our community partners to ensure that the fans can celebrate in a safe manner with all that joy and excitement. So Rand, can you run that video for us, please?
We are fortunate in Chapel Hill to have such a dedicated group of public servants to provide for the safety of our community. As evidenced by the way they pulled together to make Franklin Street celebrations as safe as possible during the North Carolina men's basketball team's run to the NCAA title game.
More than 200 staff were on hand to respond to the needs of our community Saturday night into early Sunday morning. After a very short turnaround, many of those same staff were joined by about 100 more Monday night into early Tuesday morning.
An estimated 30 to 40,000 people descending on the Franklin-Columbia intersection within seconds can be dangerous. Staff and community partners spend countless hours planning to create an environment safe enough for such a large celebration.
Public safety staff responded quickly to injuries, 4 of which required a trip to the hospital. Each celebration is an opportunity to reach our goal of 0 injuries.
Our transit staff is proud to help our community, especially in times of celebration. When we aren't transporting fans to the Dean Smith Center for a game, we are getting public safety staff safely downtown and back.
Town staff closed downtown streets to motor vehicles at 10:55 p.m. Saturday night and reopened them at 1 a.m. Sunday morning. Additional lighting, dump trucks to provide a solid barrier from vehicles, and portable bathrooms were also in place to preserve the safety of the crowd.
Many thousands of people celebrated the victory over Duke safely by simply coming together with fellow Tar Heels, singing Hark the Sound, and getting home safely at the end of the night. There is room for improvement when bonfires and fireworks are a dangerous tradition that a few people decide to continue. Anytime there's a fire or firework in a large crowd, the chance of serious bodily injury increases significantly.
We would like to thank all of our community partners who came together to help make Final Four weekend safe and fun. We could not have accomplished all that we did without people from across the region working together.
We are proud of the Tar Heels, and we know it won't be long until they are back in the Final Four. And when they are, our staff will be ready to respond and cheer them on. Go Heels.
Thank you. It really does come down to teamwork of all kinds, and we have an amazing team here in Chapel Hill to go along with an amazing team at UNC. So thank you all and appreciate it. And Eric, I hope you get home from baseball practice there.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. We really appreciate everything that you all do for us to make that happen. It's one of those things where you wish you could snap your fingers in the locker room and be on Franklin Street, but we celebrated just like you all did. So thank you for everyone, all the hard work that you all did.
Thank you. Take care. All right. Next up, we have a different kind of proclamation. Council member Paris Milliford will share an announcement about the 75th anniversary about the journey of reconciliation.
Thank you, Mayor. In 1944, Irene Morgan, an African-American woman, was arrested in Virginia when she refused to give up her seat in the white section of an interstate bus that operated under federal law and regulations, which led to the landmark 1946 ruling, Morgan versus Virginia. The US Supreme Court ruled 7-1 that segregation on interstate travel was unconstitutional. Subsequently, in April 1947, civil rights activists Bayard Rustin and George Hauser organized the Journey of Reconciliation to test the Morgan versus Virginia ruling. The Freedom Riders, an interracial group of 8 white and 8 Black men, commenced the journey of reconciliation on buses leaving Washington, D.C. on a planned 2-week route through the Upper South, including planned stops in Durham, Chapel Hill, and Greensboro. The riders arrived in Chapel Hill on April 12, 1947. One day later, on April 13, 1947, a mob attacked one rider, James Peck. 4 other riders, Andrew Johnson, James Felmet, Bayard Rustin, and Eagle Rudenko were arrested and sentenced to 30 days on a segregated chain gang. Years later, these incidents, which were published in the writings of Bayard Rustin, inspired Rosa Parks' nonviolent protests in 1955 and the freedom rides of 1960 to 61. April 2022 marks the 75th anniversary of the journey of reconciliation. And therefore, as we continue to reckon with our past and look ahead to a shared future, the Chapel Hill Town Council does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 13th, 2022, as the Journey of Reconciliation Day of Remembrance in the town of Chapel Hill. In so doing, we urge all residents to participate in local events commemorating the journey of reconciliation and to learn more by visiting chapelhillhistory.org. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the staff and community partners who worked together to bring this important story forward for us to recognize. And in addition to proclamations, there's a number of events that have been scheduled to help us remember and to bring us together, including a Journey of Reconciliation walking tour, which is scheduled for this Sunday, April 10th. The walk will begin at the University Presbyterian Church at 2 p.m. Please go to the town website to see other events and more information about this event. We welcome everyone to attend. And thank you, Ms. Miller-Fouché, for also helping work on this proclamation and helping us remember our important stories of our past and hold them up to the light. Okay, we don't have a proclamation except for that April is for the Earth. Used to be that we celebrated Earth Day in April, but the whole month is for the Earth. And we've shared about this, and there's lots of events going on. April's also National Native Plant Month, and our staff has scheduled so many Earth-friendly activities, including a family concert this coming Friday. Actually, it's next coming Friday, it looks like, and a volunteer work day in Pritchard Park for April 23rd. Again, town website, make sure you get the right information and show up at the right place at the right time. We appreciate that. All right, sorry guys, I still have a couple of announcements to share with you before we get started on the agenda. We have a number of construction projects going on in town, and I know council members get phone calls about what's going on from their neighbors and their constituents and everyone. I just want to share with you that the utility work on Rosemary Street that's kept the street closed for a bit of time will be reopening, hopefully on April 18th. So coming shortly to get the street opened back up. And the sidewalk has actually been opened on one side already. And we're going to continue to make sure that we can get people around safely. You know that the Estes Drive project started, and some people, even with all the pushing out of information and the variable sign message, we were sort of caught off guard as they came back from spring break from the school system. And we're still working very hard to make sure that people are following the safety protocols along there. But what you need to know is some more trees will be coming down as we're getting ready to put in the multimodal path. And you'll probably get some phone calls, especially for the trees in front of Phillips and those areas, in order to do the important work that we're doing along there with the multimodal path. That we have our transportation department, our public safety department, our communication department working together to make sure people have the information they need. And then there's work going on our railroad crossings throughout town that's causing some disruption as well. That work's not scheduled, it's only scheduled to last for a few weeks, but it's been disruptive to people living in those areas. We aren't exactly in charge of the railroad's planning, but we do communicate out when we have the information about the length and contractors that are working there. And just to let you know that NCDOT has said that they are hoping to start work on the I-40 expansion project by the end of this month. So that means there will be some lane closures too on I-40 as they move along with that project. So a lot going on, and you can always email me or Rand or the manager if you need more specific information to share with other folks. So we should have that. And then a reminder that we have our work session next week, 6:30, and it will be virtual, just to let you know. So, all right. Well, that being said, next, do council members have announcements? Sorry. Ms. Miller-Fushi?
Yes, I just wanted to wish all those near and far who are celebrating the month of Ramadan and just say Ramadan Mubarak to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's important. And Councilmember Searing, we owe you an apology. I just found out your birthday was the 1st and 5th of March, and we'd like to say happy birthday. So belated happy birthday. I'm sorry we didn't pick that up.
That's not my birthday. So
It's not?
You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, that's not it. That's a fake.
Okay, I will get back with you. That's what they sent to me when I asked. So, okay, we will get back.
It's fake news. So
okay.
My birthday's a secret. My actual birthday's a secret. Closely.
It's a secret. Okay, that's a little hard to wish you. Well, we'll wish you happy secret birthday wishes then. Okay, here we go. All right. Sorry, like I said, they sent that to me and I felt bad that we had missed that. All right, now it's time for public comment on items not on the printed agenda. We have a couple of people who signed up ahead of time, but if you actually want to still speak, you're welcome to by using the raise the hand function. Ms. Stegman will help coordinate with this. We'll bring you in 2 at a time. We ask you to stay within the 3-minute limit, and we have a new timer that we're using on Zoom, and we're excited to make this more efficient for everybody. So welcome, we welcome your comments. So Ms. Stegman, you want to help call our folks in, please?
Sure. We have Nancy Watkins, followed by Robert Beasley.
Not seeing Ms. Watkins yet. There we go. Welcome.
Thank you. I just heads up, this is probably going to go over 3 minutes. My name is Nancy Watkins. I'm one of many Chapel Hill residents who are concerned about our city's plan to develop low-income housing on the 59,000 coal ash dump site on MLK Boulevard. As a neuroscientist, writer, and a person living with physical disabilities who has had to live in substandard housing, I think the plan deserves further assessment and discussion before its implementation. From all I've gathered, it's apparent that there are unresolved disagreements about the dangers of coal ash and its safe containment. It's unclear whether our city is dedicated to developing safe and decent housing for our impoverished population. And there's significant dissent in the public sector about the current plan. I believe these conflicts should be respected and addressed. The city's current plan appears to primarily depend on one analysis of the site, recommendations for containment of hazardous containments, Hart and Hickman Smart Environmental Solutions. Their report concluded that for future residents living on 2 exposed units of the 10-acre site, acceptable human health risk levels are exceeded. The report also concluded that for future construction workers at all 3 exposed units, acceptable human health risk levels are exceeded. And the report concluded that for non-residential workers at 1 exposed unit, the human health risk levels are acceptable. That's probably the police department. The risk, all right, so they addressed the risk of future construction workers, recommending, restriction measures, saying that we need an environmental management plan prepared to prevent construction workers from being exposed, to manage the impacted soil and minimize the potential for the migration of the contaminants during construction of the residential development. Regarding the development itself, H&H report states that if the site is to be developed for residential use, they recommended permanent means to address. I can't get this all done. I wrote this all out. I'm very concerned about this issue. We are not addressing what other scientists have said is necessary and doable. And I think that we do need additional assessments and public hearings so that people of Chapel Hill can voice their concerns. I think that it would be very important to get more scientific assessments of what is safe to do. There is
Ms. Watkins, thank you.
The Physicians for Social Responsibility report on coal ash, which I add
And
at the
so
end.
we read your email. We appreciate your comments. And just to let you know that this is still an ongoing issue. We haven't closed down public comments. We'll have many more. So thank you for your input. Mr. Beasley?
Please read it.
We did.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Tonight, I'm like formally petition the Chapel Hill Town Council to direct Chapel Hill Transit to extend the in route to Carmel Mall. This change will benefit the residents living along Pritchard Avenue, Umstead Drive, Village Drive, and Charles Street, providing a public.
Uh-oh, frozen. Mr. Beasley, you're frozen. I don't know if you can hear me.
I am.
Yeah, there you go.
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm not sure where I froze, but the town should make it a priority to provide efficient public transit access to these necessities, especially when there are no safe and direct walkable or bikeable routes in place today. Such is the case for these residents. Pritchard Avenue, Umstead Drive, Village Drive, and Charles Street are all connected to several multifamily residences, including Pritchard Place Apartments, University Gardens, Bolinwood, Village West, and Estes Park. These residential communities are serviced by the Chapel Hill Transit en route, which travels these 4 roads daily. To travel to a grocery store using the en route, residents in the West Chapel Hill communities must ride the en route for 30 minutes or more across town to the Harris Teeter at West Barbie Chapel Road. The destination is on the far end of the en route, between 4 and 5 miles away. Whereas the Harris Teeter at Carmel Mall is less than a mile away from the en route's current terminating stop on Charles Street at Estes Park. There are no safe and direct walkable or bikeable routes to Carmel Mall from these communities today. Riders in these multifamily residences would reach the grocery store in 5 to 10 minutes if the route was extended beyond the current stop at Charles Street to North Greensboro Street at Harris Teeter stop, currently used by F route. Extending the en route to the North Greensboro Street stop will provide residents of these communities with a significant time savings of 20 minutes or more each way to a grocery store and pharmacy located at Carmel Mall. It would provide a public transit route to Carmel Mall for these residents without having to perform 1 or 2 line transfers with the A and F route necessary to reach Carmel Mall with public transit today. Thank you very much for receiving this petition and for the town's swift action upon it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on items not on the public agenda? And then we'll come back to vote on the petition. Anyone else? Okay. How do we say on the petition?
I move that we receive and refer.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Ryan, second by Mr. Nguyen. We'll need a roll call vote. Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson? She may be disposed. Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi?
Aye.
Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Searing?
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much for bringing information to us. Next, we have the consent agenda. How do we say on the consent agenda? Mr. Searing, you have a question?
I would like to request that we remove the item number 3 from the consent agenda and either consider it for tonight or delay it to another meeting. I have some concerns with the wording on that.
So you were supposed to have turned that in before noon today. That's our policy.
Right.
We can bring
I just got to it this afternoon. So
We were reminded of that this morning as well.
So our policy is that you have to have that in by noon so that staff can react to that. We can bring back some information and have some discussion. We can always tweak the wording of a policy later as well, but we've been working on this issue for more than a year or longer and had gotten it worked into this shape here.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, I, saw it this afternoon. I was just like, I don't see it's a big deal to request that we move it to another meeting. I think that my concerns are serious and that I just request that we just delay it for a week.
I think it's a matter of respect for the policies that we have all agreed to, Adam.
Yeah.
Councilmember
In
Searing.
keeping with our procedure. So we can
it says at the
you.
top of our agenda that a council member may request removing this. I think that I have serious concerns about it, and I'm just asking that we do this. I really don't think it's a big deal.
Well, you have the right to vote down the consent agenda then.
All right, well, I will do that.
How do we say with the consent agenda, folks?
No.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second. So moved by Mr. Nguyen, second by Ms. Ryan to approve the consent agenda. We'll do a roll call vote, please. Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Aye.
I got lost in here. Sorry.
Tim, for
Y'all
you.
popped just as I was looking at everybody. Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi?
Aye.
Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Searing?
No.
And the mayor says aye, and we will get back with you, Mr. Searing, to have a conversation about the wording on this item. Thank you. All right, that brings us to our item number 8. You do have information in your packet on the information items, but and by the way, thank you to Ms. Berry for being willing to be our voting delegate at the NC League meeting. We appreciate that. We are item number 8. Consider renaming the Chapel Hill Transit Facility in honor of Mayor Howard Lee and Lillian Lee. Your naming committee met to discuss the exception to the rule in extraordinary circumstances. And we are bringing this item forward for the entire council consideration this evening. We have both Brian Litchfield and Susan Brown here with us to talk about this a little bit and share with us the information. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian Litchfield. I'm the director for Chapel Hill Transit. It's certainly an honor to be part of this conversation this evening. As you noted, a little over a year ago, we started a conversation with the council naming committee to consider renaming the transit facility in honor of Mayor Lee and his wife Lillian Lee. We think that this is consistent with our interest to recognize not only his efforts to create the transit system, but also the other things that he accomplished throughout his long career. So it also seems fitting that on a week when we're about to introduce new electric buses, that we're considering renaming the facility for someone who started the transit system by bartering a deal to borrow and buy used buses from the city of Atlanta. So over the last 46 or so years, we've certainly come a long way thanks to Mayor Lee's leadership. And he also had the foresight to start the partnership with the University of North Carolina, which has led to obviously the addition of Carborough, and that strong partnership has allowed us to develop and facilitate the transit system that we have today, which all of us are proud of, including our fare free system. And none of that would have been possible without the work that he did. So we have recommended that to the council naming committee and to the Chapel Hill Transit partners that we rename the facility in honor of Mayor Lee and Lillian Lee. And that recommendation has been approved wholeheartedly by both of those. And so we're happy to answer any questions that you all might have about that.
Thank you. Are there questions from the council? Ms. Anderson?
I'll just briefly preface my question with, I find there to be no one more deserving of being honored in this way. I also know that we do have a policy that we had talked about perhaps updating or making it kind of being responsive to the idea that we usually don't name facilities after people who are still alive. So I'm just wondering how we remain consistent while also, I think, doing something really exciting, which is honoring somebody while they can enjoy it, which is, I think pretty great, particularly in this instance. But I'm just wondering how we deal with that inconsistency with our current policy.
This is Susan Brown. I can say, Council Member Anderson, that if that's an interest, and I've certainly heard that come up in the conversations with the naming committee, that council could charge myself and Molly Luby as the staff liaisons to do a little research into best practices, other communities that have this type of naming structure and how they address this issue. And we'd be happy to bring that back to the naming committee.
I would very much be in support of that. And hopefully my colleagues agree that we want to do this. And we also don't want to be disrespectful to others or set up a situation where someone else might feel slighted or might feel that it was unfair. So I think that would be great, but I will, I don't know how you want to get feedback on that from others, but I think it's really important.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? I will open it up for the public then. They're welcome to weigh in on this topic if there's anyone wishing to speak on this topic. I don't think anyone pre-signed up. I saw Jerry Cohen starting to come in. We did invite him and several past council members who were very heavily involved in transit decisions to join us this evening, but I don't know what happened to him. Okay. So you need a motion?
Yeah, I move with great joy and satisfaction, I would like to move R7, honoring a true leader in the history of our town.
I'll second.
Two true leaders.
Yes.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Nguyen is what I heard. All right, any comments that haven't been shared already? All right, roll call vote then. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson. She might have had to step away. Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Definitely aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Searing.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. And this is a great idea. And we look forward to celebrating together. I will remind council that we do have a electric bus celebration this Friday at the Transit Center, correct?
Eubanks Park and Ride, Mayor.
Oh, Eubanks. Oh,
Right
okay.
next to the transit facility, 11 a.m.
11 a.m. on Friday. So we'd love to see you there if you're willing to come out and celebrate with us, our electric buses. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
That moves us to item number 9. And again, we've structured this one a little different this evening. We're going to get a presentation. We're going to get time for you to ask questions. We'll reach out and see if the public wants to weigh in, and then we'll come back and see what where we go with this. And then we'll send our information to our county partners. Ms. Phineas, you want to walk us through this, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sarah Vinas, Director of Affordable Housing and Community Connections. And I'm joined this evening by Nate Broman-Fultz, our Affordable Housing Manager. We have a 15-slide presentation that should take about 10 minutes. The purpose of our presentation is to provide an overview of the countywide manufactured home action plan. I'll start by providing brief background. Nate will then walk you through the draft plan and we'll share with you some proposed steps. Our recommendation, as the mayor has already noted, is to receive your feedback on the draft plan this evening, which has been developed by the Orange County Local Government Affordable Housing Collaborative. In 2018, as development pressures continued to increase in the northern part of Chapel Hill, the town began creating a strategy to proactively engage residents and owners of the 4 manufactured home communities in town to develop a relocation plan should future redevelopment occur on any of these sites. This map shows you the 4 manufactured home communities, which are highlighted in blue in Chapel Hill, and these are home to 160 manufactured homes in Chapel Hill. You can also see on this map some of the development activity that has taken place on the northern part of town that's putting increased pressure on the manufactured home communities and putting them at greater threat of redevelopment. At the direction of the council, as a reminder, we developed a manufactured housing strategy that includes 4 main components, which are listed here. And since developing this strategy, highlights of some of our implementation have included extensive engagement with manufactured home residents in town to learn about their housing needs and preferences. We also prioritize 3 town-owned sites to create additional affordable housing opportunities that residents of these communities may be eligible for. We also have identified options to minimize resident displacement due to redevelopment, as well as identified relocation assistance options to be included in a relocation package if redevelopment were to occur. And finally, we've partnered with Habitat for Humanity and Empowerment and other housing providers to hold housing outreach sessions to residents of manufactured home communities. There's been a longstanding acknowledgement that this issue could not be addressed by the town alone, and that solutions to the challenges facing manufactured home communities are not unique to Chapel Hill and should be addressed working collaboratively with our partners. So to that end, last spring, the town approached our partners in our neighboring jurisdictions in Orange County to develop a comprehensive countywide action plan for the 100 manufactured home communities that are currently existent in our county. The Local Government Affordable Housing Collaborative, which includes elected officials from each of the jurisdictions, including Councilmember Stegman from the town, provided guidance and helped develop that action plan, discussing it at several of their meetings. Additionally, the advisory boards of Chapel Hill, Carborough, and the county, as well as the Affordable Housing Coalition and the Manufactured Homes Subcommittee of the coalition, reviewed and provided input on the draft plan. Empowerment staff also assisted with doing outreach to manufactured home residents in Chapel Hill who were engaged in the town's original strategy development, and their feedback was very favorable, and residents expressed an interest in continuing to be engaged going forward as we start prioritizing the strategies in the action plan. The action plan includes 4 guiding principles. The first is to ground the strategies we identify for action in the extensive engagement that has already taken place by the town, Family Success Alliance, Empowerment, and our other partners. The action plan also acknowledges that there's no one silver bullet that can address the complex issues facing manufactured home communities, and we need to use a variety of strategies. The action plan also recognizes that manufactured housing is an extremely important source of naturally occurring affordable housing in our county and houses many residents who face barriers to other forms of housing. And finally, the plan is a living document that we anticipate will require updating over time and adaptation as conditions change. So with that, I will turn it over to Nate to share with you more details about the draft action plan.
Thank you, Sarah, and good evening, Mayor and Council. So using these 4 guiding principles, the plan contains 3 main objectives. The first is to preserve manufactured home communities, both preserving the communities themselves and also improving or maintaining the quality of the communities and homes. It also lays out strategies to help minimize displacement of residents when redevelopment occurs. And when displacement does occur, the plan lays out how to handle that and what should be part of relocation assistance package for residents. So before delving further into the objectives and strategies of the action plan, I want to highlight some of the key structural pieces of the plan. For each of the 3 strategic objectives, the plan outlines several strategies and their related action steps. It identifies the likely key implementation partners, including the lead entities, and provides a high-level sense of both the financial and staffing resource needs that would be required for implementing. The plan also indicates with the yellow stars whether a strategy would need policy or funding approval by the town council or the elected body before the strategy can be fully implemented. So as I noted, there are 3 key objectives. Objective 1 outlines strategies to preserve manufactured home communities. These include acquisition of manufactured home communities through resident-owned community or the ROC model or other acquisition models. Also explores policies that support preserving manufactured home communities, has strategies relating to improving and maintaining the quality of the manufactured home communities, whether with property owners or directly with residents, and also calls for the development of an early warning system to help identify and create proactive solutions for communities at the highest risk of being redeveloped. Objectives 2 and 3 focus on what can be done when and if a community is closed or redeveloped. Objective 2 is focused on strategies that can help minimize resident displacement. These include pursuing on and off-site construction of homes for existing residents to move to as part of redevelopment. And this would likely involve working with the developer applicant or the landowner to explore what would be feasible. It also calls for exploring policies and any best practices that can be used to mitigate or minimize displacement, and implement planning processes to proactively create plans for sites so that we're not reacting to development proposals. The third objective is to provide meaningful relocation assistance options when needed. This would involve creating a relocation assistance package that would include some combination of the strategies seen here, starting with engaging residents to understand what their specific needs and preferences are. It will also include identifying relocation opportunities and providing one-on-one housing search assistance to the residents. It also would involve providing financial assistance to relocate a home or secure new housing, likely engaging the existing property owner or developer to participate in providing that assistance. The action plan also covers the eligible resources to assist with implementing the plan, including both dedicated resources and potential resources. For the dedicated sources, there is currently a little over $1 million in dedicated resources for the effort with the county that can be used countywide. And there are also many other potential resources, including the town's affordable housing funds, although we do know there are many competing priorities for those sources. The plan also identifies the likely partners that will be needed to assist with implementing, including many community organizations, different departments in the local governments, as well as state organizations like the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency and the park owners themselves. So there are several key next steps. We plan to continue to work with our partners to engage residents, including to assist with prioritization of the strategies, to share resources like the Housing Resource Guide included in your packet. We will continue to work continue the work already underway. Many of the strategies that we have listed here have been underway since 2018 with the manufactured home strategy in Chapel Hill, and then also pursue prioritization of the strategies not yet underway. And Carmel Town Council was the first elected body to review the plan last night. They did vote to endorse it, and Hillsborough and Orange County are bringing it to their elected bodies later this month. So as we mentioned, the recommendation tonight is to provide feedback on the action plan. We did include a resolution if council does choose to endorse the plan. There is a resolution in your packet for that. And with that, Sarah and I are happy to answer any questions.
You can bring us back to full screen, please. All right. I did want to share with council a few other conversations going on, just so that you were aware of them as you look through and make your comments and have your questions. I had the opportunity to speak with the ROC group, and then I reached out to the owner of the Lakeview mobile home community of the land and had a discussion about what was going on there. There is currently not an option on that property. The owner is in no particular hurry to sell, and he's not wishing to wipe people off his property. There are no leases on that property. He is interested in seeing what the town wants to develop, but he's also not willing to separate his property. Bill, can you mute, please? Thank you. Bill Dirks, can you mute, please? Thank you. He's also not willing to divide his property and only sell half of it. So he's not willing to do that. The property's worth an amazing amount of money. The other component is that we have had a conversation with Habitat's board, and they changed their policy to allow undocumented folks to apply for Habitat housing, which means Weaver's Grove that's coming up and some housing at 2200 Homestead may be options and opportunities for some of the families in our mobile home communities. Emphasis on maybe, but we need to help them understand. There may need to be financing to help them with the down payment, which would certainly be very doable in order to move forward with that kind of option. And I've also had different conversations at different times with the owners of the Timberline mobile home community. They would like to sell their property at some time, but it's going to be a difficult property to sell now that the Timberline theater has been purchased and converted into an office building. It's a much smaller parcel to be sold, and it has some encumbrances that make it a little difficult. And we know we had the history with the Tar Heel Mobile Home Park and where it stands for at least the next 15 years. So I say all this to let you know, and then Airport Mobile Home Park's been up for sale for a very long time, and there's never been an offer to purchase. I say all this so that you understand where we are in our community with our 4 mobile home parks. That doesn't say everything couldn't shift, but I will tell you, if an opportunity or an option came on one of these properties, it is a 2-year window from concept plan through actually developing the property, because it's a year through our process and then it's a year through the ZZP process, giving us a window of time if the clock starts ticking. It's not like a concept plan comes and everyone's going to be have to move immediately. And we've learned a lot about mobile home communities and the laws and what the protections aren't. I also say that there may be different strategies for properties within inside urban boundaries versus in the rural community. And it may be that we're working together, but we have some different takes on how some of it works. And I just share that with you so that you understand, like I said, where we are with our particular mobile home parks at this point in time. So questions from council to our staff or to me or whomever, Ms. Ryan, then Ms. Stegman.
Thank you for that. I think this is probably for the town attorney. If Ms. Anderson, could you just speak briefly on, I understand from when we were working with the Tar Heel Park that there are issues with, say, if a developer says, we're going to lose 6 sites here, and offering to move those 6 people to another site in a newer development. Are there fair housing issues that come up with trying to do that kind of thing?
What do you mean by fair housing issues? You mean just in terms of the sort of
we were told that if you build a new place, it actually you can't designate the people who are coming into that new place as a special class, that it has to be an open and fair process.
I see. Well, it all depends on the nature of the relationship between the landowner and the tenant. So if you can convert one tenant relationship into another tenant relationship on another property, that's certainly legal. If that's a contractual relationship. So that that is different than the kind of allocating affordable housing resources on a public level. So I can certainly talk to you more about that. But there are opportunities for that kind of thing to happen that are legal. It all just depends on the type of legal relationship between the occupant of the manufactured home and the owner of the land that it sits on.
Okay.
So it's a question that requires a sort of site-specific analysis.
Okay. Yeah, if there's ever a point where just at a high level, you could kind of explain that a little better so we can see what's possible and then what becomes more difficult, that would be great.
Sure. It's highlights the complexity of the issue. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. David?
I have a question, but I also have a follow-up on Ms. Ryan's question now. Anne, if you could come back for a second. When it's town-owned property, we can't though, right? Is that right?
You
Like if
can't
it's-
sort of move one person from one location to another.
Yeah, hold slots, so to speak. Like we could encourage folks to apply, but we can't reserve them.
That is probably correct. Again, it depends. But
Sure.
but that would be that is harder than in the private when it's a private sector relationship.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. My question is, I guess to staff, just we're being asked to endorse this plan. And what does that mean? That's not a commitment of funding, right? It's saying, yes, we want this plan to kind of guide all of the county's efforts. Is that what that means? Or
it's endorsement would be a show of support for this general framework to say, this is our toolbox of strategies that we will use and that we may consider, recognizing that, as the mayor said, things may look very differently in the county or in each of the jurisdictions. And my understanding is that Carborough's council last night, when they endorsed it, their understanding was show of support. So that is what is meant by endorsement.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Parker?
So I guess got that. So the flip side, what would be the consequences of the flip side, either delaying or ultimately not endorsing the plan? Would that mean it would stop in its tracks? So if it doesn't get council endorsement, what are the consequences of that?
It would further delay implementation. So we would need to take it back to the collaborative for their review. And then it potentially would have to go, depending on the nature of the changes, it may need to go back to Carborough again and to the other boards subsequently.
Sarah, do you have the list of the changes that Carborough recommended? I talked to the mayor before the meeting and he was going to send them, but I didn't get them.
I did, and I've reviewed them, and they're very minor. They made one phrase addition to the resolution and a couple of very minor edits, which we didn't determine to be substantive enough to amend and bring to you in advance. But I can certainly pull those up now if that would be helpful to you.
I think the council would just like to see what they were. Okay. I'll just reiterate, we did tell council we weren't voting on this tonight, so I don't want to change expectations mid-meeting here. So we would bring it back very quickly. We're just waiting to hear what kind of input you guys would like to give and some thought process, and then I'll ask you a philosophical question when I get to my question. Mr. Searing had his hand up.
I just had two questions. The first is just, I was very struck by the survey and, what folks in the communities were saying. And could you just expand on that a little bit around the issue of folks saying that they like their situation in many cases. I mean, they would prefer a family home, I think is what they were saying, but they like the privacy and having the space and that sort of thing. But could you just talk, it was interesting. Could you just talk a little bit more about that?
Sure, yeah. So some of what we heard from our engagement is that the residents, they are homeowners, so they feel a sense of ownership of their home and take pride in that. They enjoy having their own space. Some concerns about living in apartments and noise and that kind of thing. So they enjoyed having the space that they currently have in their community. Some of the other things they've said is they like the community feel, knowing their neighbors, and the sense of community that is present where they live.
Thanks. Okay, my other question is, legally, there's no problem, and this is one of the recommendations in us using resources we have as a local government to acquiring land and then essentially being the landlord for the properties, right? So that we can guarantee that these will not be sold. So
That is generally true. There's I could give you a number of caveats, but that's all work.
there's always a caveat, but in general, okay.
And there's no way we can force a landowner to sell to us though either, is there?
Yes, that would be a use of eminent domain that I do not think would pass muster in the courts.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'll bring you back to the philosophical. I have a little concern about the whereases and the resolution. And I wanted to know from council your thoughts on whether we're preserving manufactured housing or we're trying to help people, the families that live in manufactured housing. So the example being, let's say someone in Lakeview decides to take the option of going to a Habitat townhome and they move into that, and then someone else moves into the townhome, the mobile home that they just left. Is that what we're trying to do? Or are we trying to preserve the physical community, or are we trying to help the people that have been living in these places for a period of time stay in the community? And that's what I wanted to understand better from my colleagues, what your thinking is on that, because I don't know if we get the option. I mean, it's interesting after having the conversation with the owner of Lakeview, since there's no leases on any of these properties, they can just, and we do have it for Tar Heel Mobile Home Park, we have a 15-year agreement. It's just interesting to me. So I'm just trying to get a feel for where everyone is, because we heard from these families, almost 4 years ago, has it been now, when they came out to talk to us about living in their community for a long period of time, wanting to stay in Chapel Hill, wanting to stay in the school system, wanting to own their own home. And we didn't have the Habitat option for them at that point in time. So it wasn't an opportunity that we knew about. So if anyone wants to share what their thinking is on it, because the whereas is just talk about the manufactured homes. It doesn't talk about the manufactured home families. So I saw Mr. Parker, then Ms. Stegman, then Ms. Ryan, and then Ms. Anderson. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I don't see that as an either or. I think we want to help. I think the way I think about this is that these are neighborhoods, that these are not just mobile home parks or something, but these are neighborhoods like any other neighborhood we have in town. And we want to do within, fiscal limitations and legal limitations, what we can do to preserve these neighborhoods. And so I think what I want to do is be respectful of the choices of the people who live there. If folks want to continue to live there, then to the extent that we can, I want to help them live there. If they choose to move, I want to help, under threat of development, and I want to help them find a better, a place that's congenial for them to move to. I don't see it as my or our town's job to tell people how and where to live. That's their choice. And it's our job to try to help them have the best lives that we can help them have. And so, if Lakeview has 33, and if 30 decide to stay and 3 decide they would prefer to move, and there are 3 either pads or actual mobile homes left there, and somebody wants to move into them, great. They're moving into a vacant house, remembering that aligning this with our commitment to affordable housing. Mobile home parks are one of the best forms of naturally occurring affordable housing, and so preserving it makes a ton of sense in the context of our broader affordable housing goals as well. So it's philosophically, I want to help people to the extent that we reasonably can live the best lives that they can.
Thank you, Ms. Stegman, Ms. Ryan, Ms. Anderson, and I see the other hands, but I'm going to get lost, so we'll come back.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Parker stated it well. One of the things I really like about this strategy is that it's very resident centered, and I think that's the key, is that self-determination. And we have heard from many residents that they want to stay where they are. They have strong relationships, they have bonds, they have connections to each other, they help each other, and some of the housing, folks have purchased their homes. They have invested in these homes, and some, if there are some that have been, need help with upkeep or repair, that should be what we do rather than, telling them that they should go somewhere else. And again, as Mr. Parker said, if it definitely making folks aware, as everyone in town, of what the options are, whether it's Habitat or Homestead Gardens, of course, that is an option. But I feel like in the time that we've been talking about this, it's been, 5 years now, when folks have come to talk to the council, their message has primarily been, we want to stay together. We want to stay in our communities. And I think our role is to help facilitate that to the extent possible. So that's my interest.
Okay. Ms. Ryan, then Ms. Anderson, then Ms. Miller-Fouché.
Yeah, I would agree with the point that we want to enable these folks to stay in our communities and to be part of the community. The problem that I think is that we've got a couple of things. We're fighting market forces. We're fighting land values, which we have no control over. I think mobile home parks are naturally occurring affordable housing as long as the land prices support that. I think that we're seeing that in our town, that is no longer going to be the case. The land is just going to be too valuable. Eventually, the owners will get to the point where they sell out. When the land is that it's valuable, it's going to be really, really difficult for the town to step in and take over and buy that property. It's just going to start to be on a per unit basis is going to be just really, really difficult for us to do that. So it's also, I do have an issue with the fact that I know that these are desirable places for folks to live, but they run counter to our town land use policies, where we're trying to densify and we're trying to make sure that we've got more people living inside of this urban services boundary, near our transit, near things. I looked up today, and these places have, usually 5 to 8 units per acre. They're reasonably undense. And so for us to be planning for a future where we're continuing this kind of undense housing, when we're talking about trying to get more density everywhere in town, I have an issue with that doing too. So I support self-determination, but I also, when the park apartments redeveloped, it was a hard truth that was naturally occurring affordable housing. We did provide support for folks who had to relocate, but the town was not in a position to step in and buy the development and keep those folks in the place where they were living. So I want us just to take a big picture look at this. If Paris keeps talking about her money tree. If I had a great big money tree and that wasn't an issue, and we could keep these places here and we could keep them renovated and keep them safe places to live, that would be great. I know that our affordable housing dollars are limited and precious, and we just need to be really smart in the way we use them.
Ms. Anderson, then Ms. Miller-Fouché, then Mr. Wynn.
Yeah, thank you. I think I tend to agree with Councilmember Ryan. I don't see I don't understand where we're talking about the funding to maintain low density housing on our transit corridors. I don't understand how we're proposing to do that in reality. I mean, we have fiscal constraints. We are a very lucky and affluent community in a lot of ways. And we still have fiscal constraints just like everywhere else. This is, I would love to see us figure out what we can realistically do, and then ask residents what their preferences are, based on what I think, whatever that is, whatever our options are. I think that would be great. I think a priority absolutely has to be keeping folks part of the community, keeping disruption to a minimum, keeping communities together as much as possible. But that can also look like, having a place on a redeveloped site that may be more dense, or it may be, if you really, really are committed to living a certain lifestyle living in a mobile home, then how do we engage our partners across the county of where that can happen? But I think we can't necessarily make every single wish come true for any constituent that we have in town, not just mobile home park residents, but how do we offer the most support we can? How can we make sure that people are able to stay, are able to keep their kids in the same school? I mean, there are a lot of priorities that I think are really important that we need to try to aspire to. But I also want us to have a reality check about what it costs us, what we're giving up when we just preserve mobile home parks indefinitely. And I think certainly as we talk about our housing strategy, we have a report on our housing needs, and this really doesn't fall in line with that at all. And I think there are certainly special situations and circumstances where we provide more support to folks who absolutely deserve it. And I have no problem with that, but I do want us to be rooted in what can we realistically do and then go from there.
Okay. Ms. Miller-Fushi, followed by Mr. Nguyen, followed by Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Mary. I'm a little in shock right now, just hearing some of the comments from my colleagues. And, mobile homes were an option for folks who could not take the traditional route to buy a home. And so it was an affordable way in which they were able to own something, maybe not the land, but definitely the home that they were going to be living in. And now that the market is presenting itself in a way that makes the land under which these homes are more profitable, it also means that there's more opportunity for displacement. And I'm not for displacing families, neighborhoods, or communities. Now, I hear what our interests are as a town as it pertains to ordinances. But if this was a single family household neighborhood, we would not be having this conversation. And these community members need to be respected in the choices that they were able to make at a time to house their families and create community.
Mr. Nguyen, then Ms. Berry.
Is it? All right, thank you. Yeah, I would agree with the sentiments that preserving not only the mobile home families, but the mobile home neighborhoods themselves, the physical mobile home parks is important. If we're talking about density, there's plenty of neighborhoods along our transit corridors that are much less dense than these. And, I think being realistic is obviously going to ground us no matter what. And based on my understanding of the plan, we a very flexible plan. There's a whole variety of options. Like Ms. Vinyas said, there is no silver bullet to this very complex issue, and each community will probably need a different package of services, solutions, whatever it may take. But I think it is important that this is one of the most effective forms of naturally occurring affordable housing, and given our unit goals of preservation and creation of affordable housing in our community, I don't think we can get there without these communities intact.
Ms. Berry?
Yeah, perhaps we're getting stuck on what we mean by preservation, and preserving the communities doesn't necessarily mean preserving those particular structures on that property. How I'm seeing it is preserving those families, those individuals being able to live on that land And I recall, I'm pretty sure it was before 2018, that Habitat and Community Home Trust invited our local elected officials and the community to come out, and we brought it to the attention. We said, we have got to act, we've got to act quickly. That was before 2018. Here we are, and I was just looking to see when it was, and I wasn't able to pull it up. Here we are, pausing, delaying. It was this very issue that brought me to want to serve on council, because I believe that there's a disconnect. After talking with 3 council members and not hearing from one in particular, how that there was an understanding of how this impacts the individuals that actually live there. This is not theoretical. This is actual. So as we talk about displacement, the possibility of it's real for them, it is very real. What we're looking at, this option, this strategy is that we are not committing, just as we're talking about 828 MLK, we are not committing to any one thing, unless I'm mistaken, and you all please correct me. I don't want to kick this down the road. I do not want to kick this can down the road. So I want to see it come back quickly. I want us to move on it. And I want to make sure that I'm understanding from my colleagues how you value these mobile home communities, these manufactured home communities, because I am not hearing it. I'm not hearing where you do.
Mr. Steering?
Just quickly, I really agree with Councilmember Miller Fushi's comments. I think that she said a lot of what I would say in general, and I support the report and the recommendations in it. And if we should see fit to delaying it from tonight, I hope it comes back quickly and we can do it. And I'm also happy to vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll weigh in. We have done a lot of work in trying to find out who's living in these communities so that we could better help them figure out a path towards staying and to figure out what was really going on. And it was unfortunate that one of the mobile home parks came up for sale before we were able to jump in and be helpful. And it opened our eyes to what the market realities were going on in the community that we are battling. And I don't think anyone in council wants to get rid of mobile home parks at all. I think we're trying to figure out what the best way forward is, considering, I mean, it's a national issue, by the way, where people don't own the land and the land gets sold out from under them, and they've made an investment in their home and in their community, and they have no legal right to stay sometimes. And these units don't tend to move after a period of time. And so that puts them in an untenable position long-term. It really does, because at any moment, the property could be sold. So how do we help them either stay in the exact same property or transition somehow, either with their unit or some kind of other home ownership or some other model, to stay in community and to stay connected to community? These are our community members, and we've made a commitment that we're trying to figure this out. And I do believe that not one size is going to fit all in this situation. There's going to be different strategies for different mobile home communities and for different individuals within the mobile home communities. We do have options now that we didn't have in 2018. And I think it was 17 when they came to the council meeting, by the way. It was the first one for some new council members to talk this out. And we've been working towards it. And I do applaud that we want to work in partnership with the county and the other jurisdictions. The staff and the home consortium has done a really good job of sussing out what we have. Again, I'm a pragmatic person. In order to figure out where you're going to go, you have to know where you are. And so we've done a good job of figuring out what's out there. But you saw another mobile home community sold west of Carborough. It's technically, it got listed in Chapel Hill, but no one knows what the long-term results of that are going to be. And so we're trying to find pathways. And I found this conversation interesting because we haven't had it as this iteration of council before, to just hear where you were on these issues. And I don't think anyone wants to accuse other colleagues of being uncaring. I think it's more about realities and market forces and desires and values. And I hear the values ringing true from all of you, that these people in these communities are our people, and we're going to do our best to help make sure they stay in the community. And that might look different for different, like I said, individuals and communities. So I wanted you guys to all have an opportunity to weigh in and have this kind of discussion before putting something up for a vote. If you don't have changes that you want to make to any of this, then we can just bring it back on consent next time. But we did state that we weren't going to be voting tonight, so you could have an open conversation about this. And we can just bring it back on consent on the 27th. So we're not going to be kicking it down the road or pushing it off. The county was interested to hear what our conversation was too. They just wanted to hear what conversation we were having about this. Karen, I saw, sorry, Ms. Stegman.
I just wanted to share a fact that I'm not sure if everyone knows. The collaborative dug deep into some of these things that the whole council hasn't. But just to make sure folks are aware, the resident-owned community model there is the potential, if that were to be tried, in town, there could be a request for some upfront subsidy, but that is not a model that is the town paying for it. That is a financing model where the residents work with the Rock Group and it's complicated, but it's like a cooperative model. So it's not the town owning it. It's not the town kind of being on the hook for some long-term investment. So I just want to make sure. I heard a lot of concern about the financial commitments, and that does not necessarily commit us to anything if that scenario came up. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to, I'm sorry, we don't have time to go back around. If you have suggestions or recommendations or any changes you'd like to suggest, I think you need to send those to staff. And I'm hearing a desire to move forward with this. If you have those suggestions, please send them in, and then we'll bring it back on consent on the 27th is the plan. Unless there's something that hasn't been shared or asked already, we do have a long agenda to get through.
Yeah, sorry, Pam. Just quickly, remember that this is a county plan. This is a menu of options for the entire county. And so even if there are things in there that perhaps won't or can't work in Chapel Hill, they may be perfectly workable elsewhere in Orange County. And it's not for us to decide what happens everywhere in Orange County. So this is a menu of things for the entirety of Orange County. And I think if we look at it, we are not committing to any one of several pages of strategies.
No, but we're committing, but it's a commitment to a policy framework. Which, and again, you're right to point out that the county needs and I think the urban needs are going to be different, and the solutions will be different. And I just want to make sure that that's clear and allowed in the report. So,
last comment, Ms. Anderson, then we're moving forward, please.
I agree. I would just like to see which ones we're talking about for where, and recommendations on what might work better where. I also am going to say that I don't know when we get to the point where it's not about shaming each other if we disagree, but saying that there's that we don't care or all these things, just because we might have different ideas about where we are or what options are. I guess I'll just say I appreciate my colleagues who can agree without shaming, because I think that's a really poor way to do business.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have my hand up. Excuse me. I did have my hand up first.
You had to put it down.
And then, so I would appreciate being able to say what I want to, thank you. What I would like to know is those who have concerns or objections, I would like to see those shared in writing well before we come together, so that the staff has a chance to address it and not the day of that it's going to be pulled. Because maybe I'm missing something, because what you just said, Mayor, and that's why I put my hand up immediately, is counter to what I thought I was hearing, which was, how can they object to this? And I'm still baffled. And so it would help me to see that in black and white. And maybe I won't think that people aren't caring if I can understand their point of view.
All right.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item number 9, item number 10, the public forum for the use of the 2022-2023 Community Development Block Grant Funds.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Megan Culp, the Community Development Program Manager on the Affordable Housing and Community Connections team. Tonight's public forum is the second of 2 public forums held annually on community development needs related to Community Development Block Grant Program, more frequently called CDBG. So during the presentation, I will give you a quick refresher on the CDBG program, what it is, the types of projects that can be funded by CDBG, and how much funding we anticipate having available for projects during the next fiscal year. We'll then briefly talk about the projects included in the recommended annual funding plan the CDBG Application Review Committee developed before opening up the public forum to hear from the community. So the purpose of tonight's public forum is to receive comment on the Draft Application Review Committee's recommended funding plan for next year. So let's start with a quick overview of the program. CDBG is a program administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, set up by Congress in 1974 for the purposes of providing decent, affordable housing, create suitable living environments, and expanding economic opportunity. And the town of Chapel Hill is designated as an entitlement community, which means it receives an annual allocation of CDBG funds directly from HUD, and that's typically around $400,000 each year. HUD calculates entitlement community awards each spring, and that calculation is based on a formula which considers things like population and amount of poverty, among lots of other different pieces thrown in that formula. So all projects that are approved and funded as a part of our CDBG annual action plan has to address at least one of the 3 national objectives. The primary objective, which historically has been the objective used for most of the projects here in Chapel Hill, is that they must benefit low to moderate income households. For the CDBG program specifically, HUD defines moderate income households as those earning no more than 80% of the area median income. So for example, in the current year, that would be a household of 4 earning less than about $69,000. And the CDBG program income limits are different than some of HUD's other programs. The other 2 objectives that can be met by a project, is that it aids in the prevention or elimination of slum or blight, which refers to projects in an area that has a substantial number of deteriorated buildings. So an example might be acquisition of a condemned building, which is then torn down. And then the final objective that can be met is the urgent need category, but that's pretty rare. It's really designed for activities that alleviate emergency conditions, usually as the result of a natural disaster, though we have had a number of projects qualify under this objective due to COVID over the last couple of years. And then projects that are approved should also support the council's goals and goals identified in town plans, such as the countywide 5-year consolidated plan and the affordable housing plan. So this leads us to look at the kinds of projects which could be included in our annual plan this year. So most of the town's funding is usually used for affordable housing projects like acquisition or home buyer assistance, as well as rental and homeowner occupied housing rehabilitation. Funding can also be used for public facilities like creation or updates to a park or community garden, and public housing improvements also qualify. And then a small portion, up to 15% of the annual award, can be used for public services, including the town's summer youth employment program. So before we get into the recommended program plan specifics, it's important to understand how much money we are talking about. So the total CDBG annual action plan presented tonight allocates funding totaling $664,103, and that's an estimate because the estimated $415,000 that we anticipate receiving from HUD hasn't been notified yet. So these awards are typically posted in March each year, but we were told last Thursday we're not going to find out this next year's annual allocation until sometime in mid-May. So we have built-in contingencies in the draft plan with the understanding that this annual award amount of $415,000 might change slightly when the numbers are released in May. Then we also include any expected program income that we anticipate receiving during the year in our annual action plan. Program income is money that the town receives from previous CDBG projects, such as rent or loan payments. And this year's recommended plan includes a little over $7,000. And that is from a 20-year loan that was made in 2008 for the Dobbins Hill 2 low-income housing tax credit development. And then this year, we are also including almost $242,000 in prior year's CDBG funding. And the majority of this prior year funding to be repurposed is the balance of previous allocations of neighborhood revitalization, which is that kind of flexible pool of funding that we reserve each year that can be used for opportunities that come up for affordable housing and community development projects. And we wanted to make some of the unused funding available to projects this year to increase the program impact, and then also consolidate any remaining in our funding into one pool. And then there is a small portion in there of repurposed funding that was identified in projects that was no longer needed. The process of deciding how to use the funding started in November when we held our initial public forum to hear about the needs of the community. Then we had applications due in January, and we received 8 outside agency applications, and they were all for eligible activities. Those agency partners then presented their projects to an application review committee that's made up of staff, human services, and housing advisory board representatives who put together the recommended plan that we are looking at tonight. So the first 3 activities that the CDBG application review committee recommends you consider funding all fall under the category of affordable housing. And these first 3 projects were all submitted by Community Home Trust. The first recommendation is to fund Home Trust purchase and rehabilitation of a single family home located at 223 Graham Street from the Northside Land Bank, and it's seen here in the top picture. This home will then be resold to a qualified home buyer earning 80% AMI or below using a 99-year ground lease to keep the home affordable. Without that CDBG funding reducing the overall cost to purchase and rehab the home would have to be sold out of the land bank on the open market, or CHT would have to sell the home to a higher income home buyer. Then the second Community Home Trust project recommended would provide $20,000 for down payment assistance. This subsidy allows CHT to sell homes in their inventory to home buyers under 80% AMI, reducing the mortgage amount that home buyer would need to be able to qualify for in order to purchase the home. This amount will support at least 1, possibly 2 qualifying households to buy homes in Chapel Hill with that same 99-year ground lease. And then this subsidy stays with the house. So if that home is resold, it will be passed on to the next home trust buyer. And then the final Community Home Trust project recommended for funding is $25,000 towards crawl space and exterior repairs on the Legion Road townhomes to prevent worsening moisture damage and mold. The townhomes were a group of 14 townhomes originally constructed by CHT and sold to low to moderate income home buyer residents in 2001. But they have since discovered that design flaws in the original plans are causing moisture damage and mold, and it needs to be addressed before it compromises the health and safety of the homeowners. CHT, acting as the property managers, working with the HOA, will be able to use the CDBG allocation to leverage current funding to address these concerns for all 14 homeowners. Then the next 3 activities recommended by the application review committee for funding all fall under the affordable housing category. The committee has recommended allocating $90,000 for Community Empowerment Fund to expand their low-income first-time homebuyers program that already exists in Durham to Chapel Hill. The program includes extensive homebuyer education and financial counseling, so $10,000 of the recommended award would go to those costs. And then CEF's program also includes a savings match called an individual development account that helps with down payment and closing cost assistance. And originally CEF applied for a 1-to-1 match for 20 households, but the committee felt that with the competitive market and prices of homes in Chapel Hill, a higher 2-to-1 match of up to $4,000 would increase the participants' chance of successfully being able to purchase a home. Next, they are recommending allocating $165,600 for home preservation. Rebuilding Together of the Triangle would administer the program by receiving applications from low-income homeowners, doing assessments, developing the scope of work, completing environmental reviews, and then coordinating the project completion along with the member agencies of the Orange County Home Preservation Coalition, like Habitat for Humanity. All member agencies will be able to use the repair funds through Rebuilding Together, and they will work together to develop the plan for completion of at least 12 home rehabs with that funding. Final affordable housing activity included in the draft plan is for neighborhood revitalization. That is that flexible pool of funding I mentioned earlier, used to respond to opportunities that come up throughout the year for community development or to develop or preserve affordable housing. The town manager would approve projects that come up. An example might be a community park or garden in a redeveloped neighborhood, or a lot that can be built on. And the recommendation is to allocate the balance of available CDBG funding to neighborhood revitalization after all of their projects are funded. Right now, that is estimated to be at a little under $156,000, but that could be adjusted in the final plan depending on what the final amount of the annual CDBG award is when HUD releases that information in May. Affordable housing is the largest priority of the funding since it's a high priority of CDBG, and there are no caps on the amounts that can be used for this purpose. The other recommended projects included in the plan fall under the category of public service activities for the benefit of low to moderate income households, and the total amount of CDBG funding that can be spent on these types of projects is capped at 15% of the total budget. So the amount we can allocate to these applications is very limited and very competitive. The first public service project included in the recommended plan is the Town Summer Youth Employment Program, funded at $25,000. This program allows us to offer paid part-time employment in various town departments to Chapel Hill youth ages 14 to 18 from low to moderate income households. And not only do the youth earn money for the 8 to 11 weeks that they work during the summer, they also learn job skills through professional development workshops and on-site experience. And we hope to employ 15 students with the town this summer. Applications are open right now through April 15th. After funding the town's program, we estimate there will only be around $38,000 of the public services cap left for these programs. There were 3 applications for the remaining public services amount from outside agencies, and the application review committee felt that splitting the limited public services funding and way underfunding all of the applications would make this funding less effective for the community it is meant to serve. To make the difficult decision of who to recommend for funding, the committee referred back to the priorities identified in the town and county's 5-year consolidated plan. Since one of those priorities in the 5-year consolidated plan is to provide homeless services, they are recommending funding Interfaith Council for Social Services case management for individuals experiencing homelessness at just over $34,000. IFC applied for just over $102,000 to fund 3 full-time case manager positions. However, we cannot fully fund that request because of the public services cap. The recommendation is to award them an amount available within the cap that would fund 1 full-time position, and that's where we estimated that just over $34,000 number. The full-time case manager will help individuals and families experiencing homelessness access resources and secure permanent affordable housing. And then after funding IFC, we estimate that there's going to be a little over $4,000 remaining that can be used for public services. And the amount was close to the amount that Exchange Club's Family Centers Children's Parents classes requested of just over $5,000. So the application review committee's final recommendation is to award the balance of the available 15% public services cap to the Exchange Club. This recommendation will partially fund the staffing and supplies for parenting classes and provide trauma-informed childcare for children at risk of or experiencing abuse. And the final amount of this award for this program could be adjusted up or down depending on the changes to the town's final annual award from HUD once we receive that notification in May. So here you can see a little bit more clearly the numbers and how the recommended plan compares with the requests received. And this table is also in your packet on page 163 if you would like to look at it more closely or refer back to it. And then you'll see that the agency that applied for public services CDBG funding that's not included in the recommendation is Refugee Community Partnership. RCP requested $60,000 for interpreter staff positions to provide community-based interpretation for non-English speaking residents. And the committee thought very highly of their program. They were very impressed and wished they could fund all the applications. However, as they mentioned, the public services cap limits how much funding can be used for public services, and the committee selected the program to recommend for the available funding based on the town's 5-year priority of providing homeless services. All other agencies who applied for funding are being recommended in this draft plan. So the next steps are to receive public comments. We will incorporate the feedback received from council and the public into the final plan for council to consider in late May after we find out our actual CDBG award from HUD. And then the approved annual plan will be submitted to HUD no later than July 11th, and approved projects will be able to begin in July. Tonight, we are asking council to open the public forum to receive comments on the recommendations included in the draft 2022-2023 CDBG Annual Action Plan. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan. I'm going to start us off with a question for Ann. Sorry, Ann, this is going to be new for us as we figure this out. We have several council members who serve on the boards or employed by some of the groups being recommended for funding. I know you're not allowed to advocate. If you are one of those folks, you're not allowed to advocate and you're not allowed to vote. So do I have that correctly, that our council members, and could we have those disclose? Do we need to have them disclose themselves? I guess we should. And then here, I know we're not voting tonight, but the advocating piece was the piece that concerned me for this evening.
So we can take a closer look at individual situations between meetings if you like, but the limitation is on in being involved in council decisions and voting on contracts or appropriations between the town and the individual nonprofit in question. And so if we need to address those issues with respect to this on a council member by council member basis, we can. And the upshot of that is if a vote like that were to take place, it could invalidate the contract or appropriation.
Okay.
So if it's a policy that's being discussed with respect to a nonprofit, that is not participation in that is not prohibited. It's decisions about contracts and appropriations.
So what about advocating? I was told at the Metro Mayors that they can't advocate either. They couldn't say, I really want you to, make sure that you give the money to X, Y, or Z. Are they allowed to do that?
Yes, if they recuse themselves from the decision making.
Okay.
But that's, and I know that's a difficult line to
We're
navigate.
all learning on this one.
It's brand new. It's
Okay.
brand new.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We do have a couple of members of the public signed up to speak, but if you have questions right now, council member, to clarify. Mr. Parker?
Yeah, 2 quick questions. One, I hope this doesn't come across as silly or impertinent, but I've meant to bring this up. In the introductory slides, it refers to slum and blight. And unless that's statutory language that we must use, I mean, that is both outdated and pejorative. And so unless the federal law requires that we use that language, I would really like to see if we could use some other kind of language for that. Second question, not for this year, but thinking forward to perhaps next year, we have had situations where due to increasing property valuation, some of our lower income folks are faced with tax, increases in their real estate taxes that are become problematic and hard for them to afford. Can CBG money be used to give grants to folks to help them pay for their real estate taxes if the criteria would be, below a certain income level or something? Is that kind of a use of the funds legal, or is that off the table?
No, I think that's a great suggestion. I wish we could do that, but we can't do kind of direct contributions like the CDBG for tax purposes. So, and then the slum and blight is statutory language. I agree with you completely, but that is how it's written in the CDBG statute specifically.
All right.
I agree with Megan on both counts.
All right, I know we have at least one member of the public signed up to speak on this item. So, and if you wish to speak, please use the raise your hand or the *9 function, and we welcome your comments.
We have Kimberly Sanchez wishing to speak.
Welcome.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's nice to see you all. I just wanted to quickly say, I mean, you saw CHT's name in there a few times, and I just wanted to quickly say how excited we are to be able to hopefully take part in these opportunities as long as that funding comes in. The three opportunities are two that are not so unique, but one that is. So the first one is our continued work in Northside, which we're super excited about each time we're able to acquire a home in Northside. So thank you very much for continuing to help us with that project. The second one is the down payment assistance, also very important, particularly as we look at all of the new developments that are coming through that you all have been approving and advocating for affordable housing. We will need some of that money as we start to see those homes begin to be built. And the third one is a little more unique. So our property at Legion Road, which we did build almost 2 decades ago, does need help with their crawl spaces. They are experiencing mold and all kinds of moisture inside of there. And so in conjunction, this application was submitted in conjunction with the Legion Road Homeowners Association. And so between CHT and the Homeowners Association, they will be contributing, or we and they will be contributing about 2/3 of the funding for this project. And we're just very excited that the CDBG money from the town will be the other part of this so that we can make that happen for all 14 homeowners. So I just wanted to give you a little more information about those applications, and thank you again for your support of CHT and all of our many projects throughout the town of Chapel Hill.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, thank you. All right, nice comment there. Okay, back to council comments, and I'm going to ask those of you who will have a potential conflict when we do vote, just to raise your hand so we're aware we might have to break it into pieces, or whether we just can vote if there is enough people left to vote on the CDBG without you, just to find out what we have going on. So any other comments back from council, Mr. Nguyen?
Gotcha. So I'm on RCP's board. I don't think RCP was getting any money, so that shouldn't be an issue. I'm so confused on how this works.
Yeah, we're all learning. I'm sorry, it's going to be a little confusing. Are you still on the empowerment board?
No, I'm stepping down from that one because of this.
Okay, well, you'll need to let Sabrina and me and the attorney know. We're keeping a list, but I just want to make sure we're doing it. And I want to make sure we have enough votes, like I said, left. Otherwise, we'll have to break it into pieces to vote on different issues. Ms. Miller-Fucci?
Wait, I had a comment.
Sorry.
So that aside, well, first, thank you so much to staff. This is all amazing work, and obviously wish you had more money. One piece that I was seeing was that there seemed to be a lot of different agencies doing down payment assistance programs. And from my understanding, some of the different agencies have different income requirements, and it seems a little bit confusing. So would love for our staff to work with some of the agencies to try to consolidate and create kind of one consolidated down payment assistance program for folks. I know Durham just launched theirs with a few different agencies pulling together. I mean, their size is a lot bigger. I think they have like $5 million devoted to it. But even with the amounts, that we have, I think it would, make a big impact, but mainly concerned about making it a more smoother user experience for those looking to actually apply for those funds. So kind of having all the agencies come together, having multiple intake points, but a very standardized process across the board.
Okay. Ms. Miller-Fucci, then Ms. Berry.
Yeah, this is just really a question for Anne regarding my employment with IFC. And how all of that works as well, just to be clear.
So just want to, I think the general guidance that I would give the whole council is that if you are currently on the governing board of a nonprofit entity that is receiving money under the current proposal, that I would, for tonight's purposes, I would suggest that you not make comments about that allocation of funds. And otherwise, I think you are
What about
free
employees?
free to speak. And then, of course, you won't be able to vote on it next time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Is an employee, because she's an employee, and that's a little
Employee is not the same as being on a governing board. So
Okay.
I don't, that is not at issue in the piece of legislation that we were talking about.
Right, but doesn't the pre-existing law prohibit anybody who has a direct financial interest in the outcome?
So this is
And
new
employees
information
are
for me.
typically deemed to have a financial interest, no?
So I'm not sure what Councilmember Miller Fucci's relationship is, employment relationship. So are you a paid employee of this entity?
I am.
Okay. It is probably not a conflict of interest because it's probably not a direct financial relationship. But if you want a direct financial benefit, but I would suggest we play it safe tonight, and we can analyze in between meetings.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I'm here to. It doesn't have an impact directly on the town, but it might on you, and of course I'm the town's attorney. So I just as a general suggestion, I would just suggest caution.
Okay. Again, we're all learning, so sorry this is a little disruptive. Ms. Berry?
Thank you. This is not a question about conflict of interest. I am not with any of these. I do want to ask the staff, as they're considering Councilmember Nguyen's suggestion about consolidating the down payment assistance, to look at the different, there are different means of how they do it. So I would be concerned about that consolidation, because I know, having worked at Community Home Trust, that they are able to do it. They're able to be very nimble with their prospective homeowners. And so I would hate for that to that agility, I don't know if that's the right word, but that quickness to be lost if we were to consolidate. So I just want to think about that as we're looking at how can we be more efficient.
All right. Is there anybody else who, show of hands, that has a conflict with any of the groups that are proposed to receive money? I know we don't have anybody on Community Home Trust Board right now. Empowerment, IFC, and was it CEF was on the list too? And there was another group on the list, the family group. Okay. All right. So it looks like we're going to be fine. And all right. We have some raised hands. I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay. This will be coming back. This is the first legislative hearing. This will come back to us. Sorry. We've got public comment, and I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the date that it comes back on the sheet.
We have to move. Originally, it was coming back May 4th, but we received notice from HUD last Thursday that they won't release the final numbers until after that. And so they gave us the guidance that we should not have any approval or vote on a final plan until we get the new numbers.
Okay, so what do you need from us tonight other than just this sharing part? That's it? Okay, thank you. All right, and Mr. Nguyen, you'll update us on your status with the Empowerment Board, please, when you are officially off. Thank you. Okay, so we'll know. All right. Thank you all. We are skipping item number 11 for this evening. It will come back to us. So that brings us to item number 12. Open the legislative hearing and conditional zoning application for 307 North Roberson Street.
And that would be me. I'm Judy Johnson with our planning department. Happy to walk you through a brief presentation on the conditional zoning. Let me get this in the presenter mode. Alrighty, so the application is for 307 North Roberson, which It's located right here. You can see Roberson. This is in the Northside Neighborhood Conservation District. Hargraves is just to the south. You can see the ball field of that. We're tonight opening the legislative hearing. I'll receive any comments, and then the hearing would be continued to May 4th. Just a brief overview of our process. Back in November, I believe it was, Council did authorize a limited and expedited review of this application. We received the application early January. It's gone to the Planning Commission back early mid-March, and before you tonight for the legislative hearing. Brief overview of the site. It's a small site, about just over a quarter of an acre. They are requesting a conditional zoning from the council. It's currently zoned residential 3. They're proposing a residential special standards conditional zoning district. Right now, they're on the lot. There is an existing single family house that is not in great condition. The proposal is to construct 4 affordable housing units. Habitat of Orange County is the applicant. These 4 housing units would be constructed within 2 duplexes. Going to go very quickly through the lot. You can see North Roberson is kind of on the south, or the bottom part of the screen there. The lot is highlighted there in red. The 4 duplex units there are shown in blue. And I did want to bring up one thing that we want to bring back to you as at the May 4th meeting is looking for an easement for a sewer line that is in the back of the property. This is abutting the town's Gomain's public housing project, and we're working out some final issues on that sewer easement there. The applicant is proposing a couple of modifications to regulations, one being we require active recreation space for a multifamily development. You can see the amount there is just under 700 square feet. They are proposing just under 800 square feet of passive rec space, and the rec area is shown there in the green. Hargraves Community Center is just obviously across the street. The other modification they're requesting is regarding the external circulation. Our ordinance does require sidewalks along both sides of the street. You can see that looking down the hill, this is the site. You can see the driveway cut there to the left of Roberson. And the sidewalk is on the Hargrave side. And as you're going down the hill there towards Mitchell, you can see there's a reasonable grade there, and the applicant is concerned about the amount of grading that would have to be done to put a sidewalk in along their frontage. And as an alternative to doing that, so they are proposing, after conversations with town staff and the Planning Commission, putting in a crosswalk at the intersection of Whitaker and Roberson, which is just up the block from where that last photo was. And at the Planning Commission meeting a couple weeks ago, the Planning Commission did ask for the town staff to look at the intersection, or the viability of that intersection, to have a 3-way stop at the intersection of Roberson and Whitaker. And this would be in conjunction, but independent from the crosswalk that is proposed by the applicant. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. If not, the applicant, I believe is here to make a presentation.
Let's let the applicant make the presentation really quickly, and then bring it back to council questions. Thank you. Hello, Richard.
Hello, I'm here with Heather Farrell, who is our architect, and I think she's gonna share her screen. Yeah, so I'll be very fast. This is Gaddis Court is what we're calling this. This is a project that we're doing in collaboration. So it's Habitat for Humanity and Self-Help Ventures Fund. They're the ones who purchased the project through their land bank and brought it to us. And we've been working very closely with the Jackson Center as well in terms of getting community response to the project as we go forward. And as I mentioned before, Heather Farrell, who will be presenting a little bit to you later, is our architect. We go in the next slide. And so, as Judy said, the property is on North Roberson, directly across from the baseball field at the Hargrave Center. We are proposing to change the zoning so that we can put 4 units there. All would be affordable home ownership through the Habitat model. If you have seen our Cobb Street property in Carmel, it'll be a lot like that model that we're doing there, with two-story duplexes. Well, actually, I think story and a half on this property. And I just want to say we've brought these plans to the Compass Group and the Jackson Center a couple of times during our process to get their comments and use those comments to help move this plan forward in the form that you see tonight. So next slide. And I know you know us, so I'll keep this very brief. Habitat, we do home ownership. That is our model. Every homeowner who comes to us has to apply. They have to live and work in Orange County for a year. They have to make between 30 and 80% of the area mean income. They come into our program for about 12 to 18 months, in which they do 275 hours of sweat equity. Most of that is on site building houses. Some of that is doing classes on financial literacy and home repair and maintenance that we provide. And all of our homeowners, they get a 30-year mortgage that they pay on. It is a zero interest loan. They build equity in their homes. They build wealth through that equity in their homes. I think we're all aware of what's going on with the housing market today. And it is very important that we continue to find places for people who work in Orange County and Chapel Hill, especially, to live in Chapel Hill. And I'll let Heather go through the plan a little bit with you.
Hi, thanks for having us tonight and considering this conditional zoning. As you can see here on our site plan, there's 2 pairs of duplexes. There are 2 units that face Roberson Street and then 2 units in the back that face a parking area. Each unit would have 2 parking spaces, and then there's a recreation area between the units. And one of the modifications that we're asking for is to allow that space to be passive recreation space and let the homeowners decide what to make of it. And with the knowledge that Hargraves is right across the street, that there are other playgrounds north side and one other playground within walking distance. And we've gone to the Community Design Commission and received approval, and also approval with the Planning Commission. The front duplexes that face the street are consistent with the other houses on Roberson Street. Both pairs of duplexes have front porches that are of similar style and material to the building. We're proposing new landscaping in the form of hedges or flowering bushes along the front of the property that faces Roberson. And then we're also proposing additional landscaping to the northern edge of the property as a buffer to the neighboring properties. And this shows the proposed elevations. The top left is the south, the property lines are on a diagonal, but this is the south. These 2 duplexes on the left are facing the parking. This elevation on the right is showing the elevation that would front Roberson Street. And as you can see, they're well within the maximum height requirement. And we are wanting to give enough space for the families. So each of these units are proposed to be approximately 1,400 square feet. But also we want this to keep within the scale of the context of the North Side neighborhood. Each of the units has a ground floor bedroom and bathroom so that residents can age in place. And then they have 2 bedrooms and a sitting / desk area on the upper floors. We've worked with the Compass Group of the Jackson Center, and they've influenced the design of the project as well as the name of the project. So far we've only gotten support. So we would like to hear your feedback and are hopeful for your support tonight. You're on mute, Richard.
Thank you, Heather. In addition to the modifications we're asking for, we're not requesting a modification to the stormwater requirement. We feel, even though it's pretty extensive for this property with the added impervious, we feel that the way this lot drains towards the back into the middle of all those units, it's very important that we handle that on site as best we can. So that is something we're taking on at an extra expense. I just wanted to point that out. And the last thing I want to say is I just want to thank the council and thank the town staff for this expedited review process that you've allowed us to go through on this. It is, I think that we're doing the infrastructure in Weaver's Grove right now. We hope to be starting construction there next year. And really the only way we could take on this project is if it was something we could build this fall. And I don't think that would have been possible without this process that y'all have allowed us to go through. So I really appreciate that. Habitat really appreciates that. And we'll take any comments or questions that you have.
You'll bring us back to full screen, please. Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. And I'm happy to hear that the expedited is actually expedited. So that's exciting. I'm sorry if you asked this question or that it was answered in council questions that came back. But I was wondering about the possibility of getting a few more units in here potentially. Is there a reason that it's not, that we couldn't do fourplexes or triplexes or something where we could, get a few more units in? It may just be what you talked about, the scale, but with the existing neighborhood. But I was just wondering if that's been looked at.
Yeah, I think that is an issue of scale and parking, where we want to provide 2 parking spaces per unit, and the Northside Neighborhood Conservation guidelines don't allow more than 2 stories, and we'd like to keep it to 1.5 stories. So really, to get any more units, we'd have to devise a completely different approach to the structures, and I don't think it would not fit within the context of the neighborhood.
And also, if you're familiar with the area, there's really no on-site parking on that street right in that area. So we really did have to include all our parking within the property.
Got it. Thanks.
But I appreciate the comment to have more units and more density.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions before we take this out to the public? Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, I see you're asking for a variance on the active versus passive recreation space, which I think is fine. Normally we require a 25% payment in lieu for recreation. Is that being waived, Judy, for this?
Sorry, I had to find the mute button. That is typically our process on affordables, is that we usually ask for that not to be part of the payment, or not to have that payment.
Thank you.
Okay. This is open for public comment. Is anyone wishing to speak? We welcome your comments. Please use the raise hand function or the *9 on your phone. We'd like to hear from you.
There's no one.
Okay. All right. Bring it back to council comments.
Wait, there's one.
Oh, sorry.
The last second Robert Beasley entry.
Hi, thanks. I'll be brief. These ownership-based affordable housing solutions are really important for the reasons mentioned. I'm sure all of council understands. Very supportive of this project going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I bring it back for council comments. Again, this is the first legislative hearing. There'll be a second one, which would come back to us on May 4th. So any comments to be shared now, or Ms. Ryan, then Ms. Berry?
Yeah, I looked in the resolution, and in terms of affordability, are you committing to a level? It looked like it was 80% or below
Yeah, our typical model is 30 to 80% AMI. I would say, I mean, on average, I think we're probably right there in the middle, but we tend to run the gamut between those.
Okay, because I know with some other much larger developments than yours, granted, but we've been trying to make sure that we do get some at the lower level. Would that be something you'd be willing to commit to? Is that hard for you to do as part of your model?
I don't think it's hard. It's hard for me to commit to it prior to seeing applications from families, but typically we do get a fair amount at the lower end as well. So I think that as part of our normal processes, I think we'll see that. But until we actually open up the application program this June and see.
It's hard to say. Okay. And just final comment, anything you can do to preserve some of those big trees on the site, if there's site plan tweaks or whatever, would be greatly appreciated.
And I'll just note that the easement in the back for the sewer is, we're doing that to try to preserve a tree on the front corner, because that's the only other place we could connect the sewer, and we'd have to right through the tree roots to get to the sewer if we went back to Roberson with it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I know that every inch on this site is precious, but any big trees that we can keep is precious. They're precious as well. So thank you.
Understood.
Ms. Berry?
Hey, thank you all for bringing this forward. And Judy, I was in attendance at the Planning Commission meeting when you shared with the commissioners. I was watching, but I wasn't engaged actively. Anyway, I appreciate how much care you took with this design, both of you. And I really want to underscore the commission's suggestion to put that three-way stop sign in and that crosswalk. So I think that the addition of this development is going to be great for those 4 families that are able to move in there, but it's also going to be great for that neighborhood. So thank you.
Yeah, slowing the traffic down there would be great with the three-way stop sign. So that would be awesome, and more visibility and crossing, because they do fly through there. So yeah, okay. All right. Barring any other comments, we need a motion to continue the public hearing to May 4th.
So moved.
Second.
The move by Mr. Nguyen, and I think second by Ms. Anderson. Is that who I heard? I'm sorry. Okay. Roll call vote, please. A lot of seconds yelled out. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Searing.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you. We're very excited about this project. We'll see you back on May 4th.
Thank
you.
Okay. We are going to try to get through our agenda, folks. So we're going to bring up our One Orange Racial Equity Framework update. We still have 2 more items, and we have a consultant on the next item. So we'll have other chances to comment, but let's go rocking forward. Welcome, Shanika.
Thank you. Let me get myself into presenter mode here.
It looks good.
What about now?
Yep, it looks good.
Awesome. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Shanika Weeks, the town's DEI officer. This evening, I will share a brief One Orange update and explain how the plan is informing some of the town's initiatives and ask for some feedback. Again, we're not specifically seeking any action tonight, but the topics that will be covered in this presentation include, again, the pillars, training, community engagement, the racial equity assessment lens, the data index, as well as a racialized history or reckoning document update. So for your reference, here are the pillars, which serve as mutually reinforcing levers to drive racial equity. So we'll start with training. So as One Orange set forth guidance on training, and in furtherance of that plan, we've developed a DEI training plan for our town. It answers 3 basic questions. So starting with the why, simply put, we want an equitable workforce ripe with opportunities and access for all, and one that's in lockstep with countywide efforts to engage all stakeholders. The how behind the plan, relying on previous assessments conducted by core team members Tom Clark, Ray Buckley, and Felisa Lehue, which include an employee engagement survey conducted in 2017 and an organizational equity assessment conducted by Visions in 2018. These findings were synthesized using our town respect values. The last question are what? So our DEI plan leans heavily on our GARE work, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, the maturing assessments, the evolving needs of our community and staff, and we hope that it results in an actionable, institutionalized workforce DEI training plan that aligns internal and external town goals. So on this very text-dense slide, I'm breaking all the rules here. Just want to show you how the town respect values are kind of put through the prism of a DEI lens. So the middle column states the DEI goals for each value, and the last column contains recommendations sourced from the assessment and staff interviews. I would be remiss if I did not thank Ray Buckley for organizing this information in this manner. I really appreciated receiving this. On the next slide, I'll share how this all kind of fits together. So our DEI training plan has the following components or offerings. The orange components are aptly connected to One Orange and address the values of responsibility, safety, and professionalism. The blue components denote best practices for individual level work, individual DEI work, and addresses the values of safety, ethics, equity, and communication. The green components cover workforce equity and address each of the respect values. So on this slide, we kind of see a timeline for each component and kind of sort of how the various stakeholders will be involved in the process. So for the green check marks, those are ongoing trainings. The yellow check marks are those that are slated, and the white check marks have not been started yet. Do want to say briefly that in January, there was unanimous support to hold a joint GARE foundational training for our elected officials. In theory, it is perfect. It shows cohesion and solidarity within the region. Logistically, we are still fashioning a process that honors the bedrock of all DEI training, the creation and maintenance of psychological safety for all. We want that environment where all people can learn and unlearn without judgment. It is also best practice that everyone in the space participates. We'll need to navigate this space very intentionally. Next, we'll talk about community engagement and how that's kind of shaping up in the town of Chapel Hill. I'm going to give some feedback about or provide some information about community engagement, but I really want to focus on compensation plans. So I'll move through this briefly, especially in respect to the hour. So as a refresher, here are our community engagement guiding principles set forth by the One Orange Racial Equity Plan. And so in keeping with that plan and the town's strategic goal of a vibrant and inclusive community, specifically Objective 2, to improve connections and partnerships with historically disengaged and marginalized populations. Sarah Venus and Shakira Vaughn in the Affordable Housing and Community Connections Department are embarking upon a community engagement gap analysis. It seeks to do three things: identify populations not currently involved or engaged, deepen the town's understanding of the reasons for this lack of engagement, and develop recommendations for new equitable engagement approaches. So on this slide, you'll see hexagons, and they really represent some of the stakeholders that will be present in the gap analysis process. I want to bring your attention to the larger hexagons labeled community organizers. This indicates an exciting opportunity for a community engagement compensation pilot program. We want to draw a very clear distinction. We are not at this time proposing to implement a blanket compensation plan. Rather, this pilot seeks to mitigate the burdens placed on historically marginalized communities whose perspective is now critical to our aforementioned equity goals. However, during the council retreat, we heard your desire to provide compensation for boards and commission members. So we're going to work to that end. We believe this pilot will help us kind of move in that direction. So let's look a little bit further here. So as we think about this pilot program, it really leverages the gap analysis and it begins to braid in community engagement compensation. It braids in the spectrum of public participation. So let's look at those strands. Starting with that blue circle, the facilitation and evaluation component of the gap analysis relies on the involvement of community organizers to conduct and lead community conversations relative to community engagement. As we move towards the orange circle, We're using that spectrum of participation to really assess and rate the level of direct work and input community organizers will provide. In the pilot, their scope of work is consistent with the involved category, and we'll see more about that on the next slide. Compensating community organizers is the perfect pilot. We believe that the gap analysis will uncover multiple reasons for the gap, some stemming from our approaches and others synonymous with distrust, maybe family obligations or economic needs. And these are all really rooted in equity. So in other words, we need a community that has historically been excluded from governmental decision-making processes to help fix our processes. And we believe that we should compensate them for their expertise. So on the next slide, we'll kind of look at that spectrum and see how it's really anchoring compensation. So here's the draft of the spectrum of public participation with a compensation overlay. While the community engagement compensation plan is in its infancy, we recommend that we build off of the existing public participation spectrum that's highlighted and recommended in the One Orange racial equity plan. The philosophy is the deeper your involvement, the greater your compensation. Again, this pilot is just a pilot, and we look forward to applying what we learned to other community engagement opportunities. To that end, this pilot will explore the following critical issues before a final plan is brought forth, and those issues include making sure we can include our immigrant, refugee, and unhoused community members, ensuring that the compensation is at or above a living wage, while navigating people in our community with income sensitivities. We don't want to jeopardize housing or other income-based supports. Amy Owen, for sure, will keep us compliant with IRS reporting. We'll need to scope the budget for full implementation. And finally, we need to figure out how can staff manage this process? Where will it live? Who will manage this? So next, I want to kind of focus on our racial equity assessment lens. And I'm moving quickly. I hope it's at a good pace for you all. So again, our lens is steeped in results-based accountability, and the bulk of this work is done in the equity lab, as I explained during a previous presentation. However, I have and will continue to push into departments as requested. On the screen, you see the topics addressed during the lens. So for anything from origin to description to what are the recommendations, those impacts on the community, what are the benefits and burdens. And so I just wanted to put this up here for your knowing. So our current real application, this is what it looks like in action. These are some of the things that we're working on. I won't read all of them off, but I will note that what we have completed, Let's Talk Town, Parks and Recreations, demographic collection. They're trying to figure out exactly who they're serving and how. And you'll see the other ones that are in progress. Next, I'll share how the real tool or this results-based accountability is being further embedded within the town's work. As you know, racial equity seeks to transform systems, and implementation of racial equity tools are not self-executing. Rather, it requires modification, institutional restructuring, the building of the capacity within and across systems. We believe that we can leverage the American Rescue Plan Act with our standard grant-making mechanisms, braid in RBA, braid in robust community engagement, and really anchor some of the Reimagining Community Safety Task Force recommendations, specifically that of adopting a collective community building planning approach. So in the next slide, I'll kind of see how this all goes together. So as you know, this American Rescue Plan Act is an important and exciting opportunity for local jurisdictions to meet the needs of the community most impacted by COVID-19. Sarah Poulton has been working feverishly to synthesize all of the needs from what ARPA guidelines kind of say, what council's priorities are, what department's priorities are, and that voice of the community. So we really want to leverage that synthesized list of needs with an opportunity to bring our past, current, and potential grantees to the table to think collaboratively. How can they meet those needs? And also be really transparent about the rubric if you will. So I said all that and set all this up to kind of come to this support phase where we really want to build the capacity, and we've identified a training that will help build RBA practices while honoring community voice in the process. So I'll share a little bit more about this training on the next slide. So we believe that if we can normalize our RBA language and strategies internally and externally, then together we can strengthen equitable outcomes in our community. We use the real tool internally, and we can use this training to bring the community along with us in this thinking. Right? So whether we're talking about development or programming, the answers to these questions really center equity and drive results. So I'll walk you through some of the questions here. So this is a results-based accountability training, and it also infuses this asset-based community development. So thinking with question number 1 in mind, what is that vision? What do we want to see? What are those quality of life conditions, right? Population results that we want for people in our community. Then we kind of dream a little bit. What would it look like if these things actually happen, right? What would it look like if we could see them? How can we measure these conditions? We begin looking at data, bringing data into the picture. Equity really stands front and center when we think about how are we doing with the most important of these measures? You know, what are the outcomes and for whom? We begin to really think through collaboration and bringing in our partners, right? When we think through this asset-based community development. So we're thinking, who needs to be a part of this, right, to help us do better? What works, including some of those no cost and low cost ideas, thinking through those best practices, and some of those are really community generated. And then finally, what do we propose to do in this process? And so we believe that if we were to share this training with our community members, this will help us really upskill our thinking and movement around racial equity. And my dog, who never barks, but only barks clearly while I'm doing presentations for council. So next we'll look at our data index and the racialized history for a couple of quick status updates, and we're almost at the finish line. So the data index is a large undertaking, and the multi-jurisdictional team is moving forward to deliver an index that meets our needs and provides direction for setting priorities for racial equity work across the region. Orange County is really working with SAS to kind of look at their child welfare data. They hold the bulk of that data, so they really kind of are in control of that data set. And we know that this data really measures and predicts well-being for families and children. So we felt like this was a really good model to kind of see how SAS fashions their data. So what we've done to that end is identified data leads from each of the jurisdictions, provided some data sources, that's not a complete list, expanded a contract with Carolina Demography, and Orange County is working through that. They wanted and needed more access to data. What we're working on now, and we hope that this work with child welfare and SAS will help us to develop a project scope and estimate some of the costs associated. We're not wed to working with SAS, but we really want to see what types of products they will produce for us. Our racialized history. This is an extreme draft here, but we know that our racialized history is critical for setting the stage for racial equity, right? Specifically, it cements equity as a value and provides equity invoices that kind of need to be paid, if you will. If we want to move forward, we have to do that looking back. And this is a deep dive into our institutional and systemic racist practices and how they have impacted historically marginalized communities. So on the screen, you'll see a very draft process that we think we can approach this work using. So 4-step process. Define a small group of community historians and scholars, right? So what are the themes and timeframes that we want to focus on during this racialized history? And then we want to highlight those community priorities that we've heard through various community engagement mechanisms. Discovery, we need to do that initial research, right? So we've taken those themes and those timeframes, we need to go find the information. So you'll see then that we need to take it to the community engagement, cornerstone for sure. So small groups of community members most impacted, helping us to make sense of that data, to fact check the research. We know quite often that history is told through various lenses, and some of them may not be as accurate. So that fourth step then becomes the document. How do we create mediums for this information to be shared with multiple audiences? And then thinking about the utility of this information for our elected bodies as you set priorities and make decisions. So we've got some outstanding questions on the table. So who's going to be involved? What are the parameters? Are we looking at housing, education, health, employment, criminal justice, planning? So we've got to figure out some of that stuff. And then how will we release this information? Like, so how and how much? Are we going to do it by themes and release the information, or are we going to do a more cumulative approach to this process? So our next steps. Continued collaboration. Molly Luby, whose name was referenced earlier, is our community historian. She really helps and has worked with communities to do projects such as these, maybe not the scope, but she will be instrumental in helping us. Community engagement, I just want to highlight one of the things that we're doing that's kind of coming up and top of mind for folks. That's the TDO and UDO weaving community engagement tools into that process. We are going to get that council member GARE training done and explore resource needs for fiscal year 2023. I am at the portion of my presentation where I ask for some questions and feedback and suggestions. And so you'll see 3 questions on your screen, and I will move to a point where I can see your faces as opposed to my notes. So the first question then being, do you have any priority initiatives for real tool application in the short term?
I think to help us move along, if you want to pose all 3 questions at once and let council members respond, and then we'll have to ask for feedback from the public as well. That would be great.
Awesome. So second question is, are we headed in the right direction with the community engagement compensation pilot? And then what town of Chapel Hill data would you like highlighted in the racial equity index? And that concludes my presentation. Would you like for me to take it off of the presentation screen or leave that up?
I think that leave that one up to help us with this, and I can scan through to see if council members have questions. Council members. Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, I thank you for that presentation, and that was lightning speed, and I'm trying to absorb it all. So forgive me if I'm not all the way there yet.
Okay.
So in terms of priority initiatives and the real tool application, would that be applicable to board member selection and appointment?
We can apply the real tool to anything. The question then becomes the level of data that we have to really help inform that tool, but it can be applied for sure.
Okay, because in terms of the short term, that during the latter part of the spring, that's when we generally make all those appointments. So that's coming up right away, and I don't know whether you can have the data for that for this session or whether it's more going to take a little while to assemble that, and maybe next year that's something that could be online.
If I can get a point of clarification, you're wanting to think through how we select members to be a part of our boards and commissions, thinking through an equity lens in terms of who needs to be on those boards and commissions?
Right. Well, and how we recruit and all those other things, so
absolutely.
Yeah. And with the community engagement and compensation pilot, when you talked about it, you talked about using that as a tool to kind of uplift voices that hadn't been in the conversation. What do you do if you have a mixed working group of people? Do you only pay some, you don't pay the others? How does that all work?
So many models allow individuals to opt in to receive a stipend. And so we want to give people autonomy and choice, right? There may be individuals who really want to participate in this, but they have income sensitivity. So we can't force anyone to take it, if that makes any sense. And then we may need to set some parameters depending on the budget, right? So we'll have to think through that very carefully. We want to be inclusive, but also we want to be able to fund it across the levels that it's expanded to.
Multiple things, yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? On the scan through, so I'm not getting half of you at once. Mr. Parker?
Yeah, thank you, Shanikia. This is really good. I wish I understood more of it, but it was really good. But I'll get there, trust me. In terms of the priority initiatives, actually, I hadn't really thought about this until tonight. But as we're looking at the manufactured home strategy, I think this would be a natural to apply the real tool to it and see how those two things, link up. I mean, it just sort of jumped out at me as soon as I saw the question. I think, the only thing I would say in terms of the community engagement compensation pilot is sort of building on what Councilmember Ryan said, making sure that there's no stigma attached, that there's confidentiality, and that so folks who who need and choose to take whatever money is available, there's no stigma attached, and that we don't wind up, the unintended consequence of doing more harm than good. So I'm sure you've thought of that, but that kind of jumped out at me as well. And then in terms of data, the only, I don't have any specific data requirements, but generally I prefer data where we have some control over what's happening, right? So that, if it's, like inflation, right? We have no control over inflation where, but there are many things where we have either indirect or direct impacts on, and for me, those would be the ones I'd want to look at most closely.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Anderson and Ms. Miller-Fouché.
Yeah, are we doing questions and then public and then comments, or are we just doing it all?
We're doing it all because we got a few more items to get to on the agenda.
Okay, so first, just a question about, and I really am very supportive of the compensation of board members. And I guess I'm wondering about when you bring in, how do you deal with compensating community organizers? I'm supportive. I'm just wondering how you deal with the kind of, once they are like working for the town, how do we deal with them still being able to have autonomy or still advocate in whatever way they choose? I don't know if I'm making sense. I am getting a little tired, but I'm just wondering about how we deal with that relationship of the town paying and then them still, being kind of now employees of the town, but also being advocates.
That makes sense. And I think we'll have to navigate that closely. Some of these items will be as needed, right? So it may be a small group that's working towards, for instance, with the community organizers, this is not a longstanding process. They're going to help us do this gap analysis. And then that will, in essence, close out that contract. And then we may do things such as that where they're short term. We'll certainly have to think about that when we think about compensating our board members and commissions. However, Durham County is doing something similar to this. And so we can lean on our local contiguous jurisdictions for some support and guidance on that.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And I don't mean it to be we shouldn't do it, just how do we think through that and how do we make that part of, so that we don't make people feel like they can't, speak freely or that they can't advocate. And I guess you're right that if it's kind of a short term, more of a process oriented thing, it's not the same as having I guess what I was thinking more of is if you're having like a community organization help you with outreach on a development project or something, but maybe that's kind of more in the future. I think we're definitely headed in the right direction with the community engagement compensation pilot. Again, just kind of trying to figure out how we really structure it in ways that it'll work and people will use it and all that stuff. I think will be exciting to see where you go. I think the racial equity index data, I'm probably going to ask for something that I know historically we haven't really been able to necessarily include, but maybe some more police data than we have now. I know there are some legal issues there. Even just continuing to kind of monitor compared to our population who's participating in various ways, I think would be really important. And yeah, I think it's just really exciting. And thank you for driving this. And it seems like we're making more progress than I thought we would already. So it's really great.
Thank you.
Miller-Fouché.
Great. Thank you, Shanika, for your presentation this evening. And I know you've been doing a really great job with shopping around and getting buy-in with your reimagining safety recommendations and the work around there. I know that we have to start at home first, but part of those recommendations was also taking this outside and really sharing it with our partners, because the recommendations really see this as a regional effort when we're talking about reimagining safety, and that's going to really play a part in how these tools are being applied, to other agencies. So it's really great that we have, Carrboro and Orange County participating in this. And I think the school system, who's also part of this ecosystem, is also engaged in some of this as well. So it's really good to see that continuity across when thinking about those recommendations and how we can be using these tools to apply it. I'm very happy to see that we're going to be doing something with our boards and commissions with compensation, but also ensuring that we have diversity and inclusiveness there, because it's just not there at all. And so really glad to see that. Police data, I'd like to just piggyback off of Jess. If anything, that's constantly what I'm hearing from community members that they want to see more of. I know that we have that. It's hard to navigate though, especially with the town website sometimes, to be able to get that data and sharing it and keeping it updated. And I know that there's challenges with how we snapshot that data so we don't get skewed viewpoints of it. And so just want to elevate that. And lastly, one of the things I'd like to see is there's a lot of displacement, or has been historically displacement, of African-American community members. And so while we see a trend with other community members, people of color who are growing in number, those numbers with African-Americans have dwindled quite a bit. And I'd really like to know what's really driving that and keep that upfront to help inform the ways in which we're moving forward. So just wanted to share that and say thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Stegman, and then we'll reach out to the public to see if anyone wants to comment and come back.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is really just incredible work, and I really appreciate just the thoroughness, the depth, the breadth. It's really amazing what you've been able to do.
Karen, you're very choppy on our end.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
No.
No.
Can I come back to you?
Yeah, come back to me.
Mr. Wynn.
Yeah, I just want to echo the thanks and appreciation for you, Ms. Weeks. I am so excited that we are getting this pilot off the ground for compensating community organizers. I know it's something that we've been working on for a very long time in town, so super excited to see it up and running. And I know I've mentioned this before, Durham has implemented it very successfully, and they've, it's paid dividends for their community engagement and the amount of community they've been able to bring to the table. So I'm just very excited for our community to be experiencing that. So thank you for your leadership and all that you've done to get that off the ground and running.
I will have to share. It really is a team effort. You all will see me. There are trains leaving the station, and I'm like jumping on, like, how can we get equity in here? And so it really is lots of good ideas. This compensation, or the gap analysis, that was in the works, and it was just a matter of braiding in what I'm learning from our assessments. But there's a good group of people that I'm working with here.
Ms. Stegman, you want to try again, then Mr. Searing?
Yeah, is that better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, sorry about that. So I was starting with saying thank you. I hope you did hear that part. And I love this idea of braiding. That's really, I love how you're just able to kind of weave this across so much of what the town does. And I wanted to, in terms of priorities, I also want to echo the board focus, both in terms of recruitment and membership, but also if I read it correctly, I think the materials said that
some of the equity training was focused on justice in action and CPAC, and I guess I would like to see that kind of training pushed to some of the other boards that I think from my observations, a lot of people who are on CPAC and Justice in Action are drawn to those because they're very aware of equity issues and want to engage with those. But then some of our other boards, I think, are more likely to have those unintended consequences of their decisions where race and equity is not visible and yet it has an impact. And I think training with those boards is really critical to help raise that visibility of how their decision making may be impacting groups in town that they're not even, really thinking about. So I would really love to see that pushed out. And I think the community engagement piece is so important. And I think the compensation plan, I'm all in favor of. And just echo the police data that you've already heard is something we've been wanting and waiting to see. So would love to see that soon. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Steering and Ms. Berry?
Yeah, just really quickly, thank you again, Ms. Weeks. And my one comment is on the, like many folks on the community engagement compensation pilot. I just would add it's in line that the way you're going is in line with professionally some of the ways we get folks and focus groups, up our participation from a whole variety of folks. And as we move forward, I look forward to making it even better. I think what we always try and strive for is the compensation is just a given of what we're doing, and the outcome of having more engagement is what ends up being our success. So I think you're on the right track and really support it. So thanks for all your work and your partners.
Thank you.
Ms. Berry?
Hi, Ms. Weeks. This is another thank you to you and the folks with whom you're working that we don't get to see here tonight. Thank you for mentioning them. I do want to echo a couple of things, or one thing, gear training for other boards, I think would be very important. And I know that there's at least one commission that is a little nervous and a little weary with how long it's taking to be able to vote. Well, not to vote, but to make recommendations to the council for new members as they wait for more applications that are different than the existing body. You won't have a diverse person, but you will. We're hoping for a diverse pool of applicants, and we're just not seeing that. I'm concerned because the dearth of women, as well as people of color, and there are probably others that I'm missing. So that is a priority for me, is that we are able to fuel that so that we can support that recruitment effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll add my comments in, then we'll ask to hear from the public, see if anything comes up. I want to say thank you too. I've heard that you've been jumping in and jumping on those trains, as you said, and braiding in. I agree with the comments about all the different things. Community engagement compensation pilot, yes. I would like you to take a look at our next item, the community survey results. We tend to get the same. We don't know that we're getting a very diverse. We're guessing we don't, but I think it'd be great to take a look at that. We won't do another one again for 2 years, but to be ready to have it be a more diverse response group coming towards us so that we really understand the survey results of our entire community, not just those that, in the engagement piece. So all those kinds of things, when we're doing surveys in general, I think we could use some more help on how to get some diverse responses to those surveys in general. We keep trying different things and we keep not being able to. So we're very happy you're here to help us learn how to do this better. So thank you for that. Okay, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? You can always send your comments into also via email or phone call.
No one.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for hanging with us tonight. We appreciate this, and we know that you're going to come back to us with more, and keep doing the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Good night.
Great. Thank you. All right, folks, doing well here. So that does bring us to our Chapel Hill Community Survey results. Item 14.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Reese Jones, Town Manager, and I'm pleased to provide a brief overview of the community survey before turning our presentation over to a deeper analysis by our survey consultant, Ryan Murray. The community survey serves as a consumer report card for the town. Residents rate the quality of life here in Chapel Hill and their satisfaction with community amenities and their local government. The survey occurs roughly every 2 years and was conducted this time between January and February of this year by ETC Institute, a national firm that has administered surveys in more than 1,000 cities. The survey was sent by mail and could be completed by mail, online, or by phone. And we have been listening and responding to our residents in this format since 2009. The survey helps us learn from our residents, including those who might not engage in traditional public processes. It also helps us track changes in our residents' opinions over time. And now we have an extensive trend chart to compare our results over the years, as well to compare our performance to other jurisdictions. Sabrina, I think we can change the slide. There we go. High satisfaction within the survey is based on the combined percentage of very satisfied and satisfied responses. And these are a few of the areas where we are excelling: public library services, trash and yard waste collection, fire services, parks, greenways, and recreation facilities. Some notable increases from the last survey include ease of using Chapel Hill Transit, ease of travel by car, and snow removal from our streets. There are a few areas of improvement that our residents identified, including traffic flow, public parking, and stormwater runoff. And there are a few notable decreases from the last time, including adequate street lighting, available housing options, and traffic enforcement. The town easily exceeded the U.S. average in 32 of the 36 areas that were surveyed. And it's also important to note that the town has consistently, over past surveys, received high marks as a great place to live and to raise children, and it has received high ratings on the overall quality of the services that we provide. Other services receiving high rankings were police services and Chapel Hill Transit. And our town code and ordinance enforcement also received a small increase from 2 years ago. The results of the community survey help the town establish budget priorities and refine strategic goals over time as part of our service delivery. These results are a real tribute, I think, to our excellent employees and their hard work, and to the council's leadership in guiding our organization as well. With that, I will now turn the presentation over to Ryan Murray, who is the ETC Assistant Director of Community Research.
Before Ryan starts, we want to make sure you're qualified as a Jayhawk fan to give us this presentation.
Yeah, I am a degree in everything. So
sorry, thought we'd throw that in there.
yeah. I wasn't sure if you all knew or if that'd be a sore subject, so I wanted to keep that in the foreground this evening.
We welcome you to help us with this.
Yes, and thank you so much.
It looks like you're wearing Carolina blue, so we're good.
Yeah. I tried to wear blue. I didn't wear my red and blue tie tonight. I do have to admit, the last time I was in Durham, I did have to make the drive to Chapel Hill to check out your all's field house. So it's quite a stunning campus. So it's really great. But yeah, thank you, Mr. Jones, again, for introducing me. For those of you who aren't familiar, ETC Institute's really the gold standard in market research for local government organizations. And we do this work all over the country. As you can see by the map here, a few dots in Alaska is kind of why it's stretched out everywhere. But we also work overseas in Ethiopia. We're currently administering a similar survey to your all's, actually in the capital city of Ethiopia. But we've also worked in Southern America, Canada, and overseas in Asia as well. So we're well versed in this type of research. And Mr. Jones already kind of explained the purpose for the survey, but I'll do that just real quickly here again. It's really an objective assessment of the quality of services that you are providing. So it's a snapshot in time, resident perceptions. Beyond that, it's a trends and measurement of trends, performance. So we want to see how you compare and how you perform over time after you are delivered the results and the priorities for improvement. We also have regional and national comparisons. So making sure that we're staying up to date on those, asking questions in like formats is really important to make sure we're comparing your apples to national and regional apples. And then we identify priorities for improvement using our important satisfaction analysis, which we'll kind of lead up into, and then we'll conclude with a couple of additional findings from the survey results. The survey was a 6-page survey, so it's not quite as long as some of the surveys we administer, which is actually a really great thing for making sure that we do have that diversity in responses. The longer the survey, the more difficult it can be to administer and capture that attention of residents. I don't have a full breakdown of the demographics in this presentation, but if you have the full report, which I think is probably available to you either in the coming days or by now, the full demographic breakdown is in that report as well. So you can see how those numbers align closely with the Census Bureau, but any help we could get in the future, making sure that representativeness is found in those survey samples is going to be really important. And we can definitely work with Sabrina and any other consultants or city staff to make sure that we're helping the most that we can to boost survey responses any way we can. The survey, again, I just kind of alluded to this. We were measuring trends, so it included many of the same questions that were included in previous years to make sure that we study those trend lines. We had method of administration is really by mail primarily, but also online via text message and email follow-ups to a random sample of households in the community. So folks might have shared the link, or you may have hopped on and taken the survey yourself, even though it wasn't mailed to you or you didn't receive a follow-up reminder. We do have a really good method of making sure that we're tracking and only including surveys from those households that were randomly selected in the community. Based on online administration times, it took about 15 or 20 minutes for folks to take. Usually I'd say this type of a survey, this length of a survey should take about 12 to 15 minutes to take. So folks were really thoughtful in their responses. They slowed down, they thoughtfully responded, and we'll see that in some of our top priorities for improvements. Sample size, the goal was 400 completed surveys. We were able to exceed that just over at 429, which gives us a margin of error of about 5%. And I'll kind of just round that 4.8% up for the purposes of our discussion this evening. But what that means is if we were to have conducted the survey using the same methodology 100 times, 95 out of 100 times, we're going to get these same results, plus or minus our margin of error of about 5%. So really reliable in that sense. It's great for planning for the next couple of years, as Mr. Jones already alluded to. It's really great to refresh this data, take the pulse of the community, understand how priorities have changed and where residents are really placing some of the areas where they think you should invest in. In regards to demographic and geographic representation, we're tracking demographics on the back end of those as those responses come in, and we're periodically geocoding those results to ensure that we have a really good breakdown of responses across the entire city's or the town limits. So we wanted to make sure that we showed this map. I know those dots are a little difficult to see. They're much easier to see on your full PDF report, but we had a really good distribution of responses throughout the town. When it comes to major findings, Mr. Jones really alluded to a lot of this already, but the residents really continue to hold a positive perception of the town. It's difficult to do this survey every 2 years and just kind of see continued positive results. But when we have high-performing communities such as Chapel Hill or even our hometown of Olathe, Kansas, it's a really great spot to be in, both for administrative staff and elected officials. We know that we're continuing to serve equitably those needs of all residents for the most part. And what we see is about over 90% of residents rated the town as an excellent good place to live or an excellent or good place to raise children. And those are a couple of my report card items that I look at first when I get a new data set. Over the last couple of years, we've seen some major decreases in communities the size of Chapel Hill and larger. In key areas. That would be as a place to live, raise children, as a place to work, retire, as a place to visit. Those types of grade card items have seen a fluctuation in positive responses. And so this is where I go to first. And over the last couple of years, I've been let down a number of times by some of my other high performing organizations. But again, we saw Chapel Hill kind of come through that. I know that based on the timeline in which we do the survey, we may have avoided some of that. But as Chapel Hill comes out of this, you're holding true to your ratings from the last survey. You're continuing continuing to set the standard for the delivery of community services. The town rated above the U.S. average in 31 of those 36 areas, and a significant increase above that U.S. average in 29 of those areas. And that's a 5% jump or more, basically from the U.S. average, counting 5 percentage points. The town also rated 26.5 percentage points above the U.S. average for the overall quality of services provided by the town. So when we ask residents generally, how would you rate the overall quality of town services provided by the town? You rated 26.5 percentage points above the average for the United States, which is just phenomenal. It's an outstanding percentage. Some communities would absolutely love to hear that type of news, but this was just kind of holding true to where we've been and where we believe we're probably going to go in our next survey. Priorities for improvement remain the same. This again for the third straight survey, and that's why I alluded to previously some of that high standards of excellence, as we would usually typically kind of allude to or place that label on communities such as Chapel Hill. Management of traffic flow, public parking, and management of stormwater runoff. While the top two are maybe a little bit more nitpicky of higher performing organizations where you don't have key city services that are underperforming, the bottom one, management of stormwater runoff, is likely something that we're seeing in particular areas of the town, and focusing on that can be difficult. But these are all three kind of pricey, big ticket items when it comes to developing, funding, and improving a lot of those. So those are the items that we see as high priorities for improvement, and a majority of our high performers. Lower performing organizations will see items such as feeling of safety, police services, ambulance response time, fire service response time, and some of those key services that we all rely on, and residents in town of Chapel Hill really probably take for granted at the high level that they're being provided. But that's what we see in lower performing organizations, while we see these types of bigger ticket, long-term infrastructure improvement items kind of hovering around as top priorities for improvement. As I already said, the residents have positive perceptions of the town. As you can see here, this is the grade card or the report card item. This is where I go to first. Most folks down at the bottom, I'll just highlight the one that kind of is the outlier there as a place to business. The majority of your residents don't likely have a really good idea. There was a high level of don't know responses there. So most residents don't have a really strong sense of what Chapel Hill is as a place to do business. And that's why you see a large number of neutral responses, which basically is a passing grade. You didn't make a negative or a positive perception, in my opinion. And then we have other folks kind of in that below average poor column. But for the vast majority of these particular perception items, general perceptions, we see extremely high levels of excellent and good ratings. And we'll see all of our positive ratings out to the left of these charts in blue, neutral or passing grade ratings in that gray or yellow, as we'll see in a couple of charts. And then anything below average, poor, or dissatisfied, very dissatisfied, is going to be shaded in that light red pink color. We also provide GIS maps for the town. This is an overlay of your community boundaries with census block groups over the top of them. We basically take the dots that were shown in that yellow map, and we aggregate the responses in each one of those areas and shade based on whether or not they shade into that excellent good range, which is about 4.2 to 5, or below that at good, neutral, below average, or poor. We're not seeing any neutral, below average, or poor shaded areas, which tells us that you're really equitably providing those services townwide. There's not any one particular area that's aggregated or mean or averaging out to neutral or below average or poor in any particular area. This is kind of the full litany of town services that you all provide. The big ticket items, including public library services up there at the top, trash and yard waste collection, which can be difficult for a high performing organization where residents have really high standards for the delivery of some of these services. Fire services always performs well. We have a little bit of a break there with parks, greenways, and recreation facilities. Police services, Chapel Hill Transit, but as we'll see later on, those are all strategic advantages when comparing your results to national averages. The three top priorities for improvement received the highest levels of dissatisfaction, as you can see there. Some neutral ratings in there as well, but for the most part, those items were primarily top priorities for improvement because, one, they were below average satisfaction, and two, above average levels of importance were placed on them. And we'll get to that in just a couple more sections here. I wanted to show you just a couple additional maps for those of you who've never seen these before. They can be just a little bit difficult to interpret on the outset, so you'll just want to make sure that when you get that GIS appendix, you're kind of looking through that, understanding the shading, and that the legends will change based on the question type. So this is our top priority for improvement. The areas in orange are the areas where we see the largest levels of dissatisfied responses within those areas. Again, those census block groups. Some areas are shaded to that satisfied, but the vast majority of residents in the town were really shaded to neutral based on their aggregate responses within each one of those thick border boundaries there. Our second highest priority for improvement was public parking, where the town primarily probably has issues with public parking in various areas of the town, where that's why we see kind of a neutral aggregate for the entire community, where folks are generally kind of giving us that neutral or dissatisfied rating. A few folks probably generally satisfied, but it's all kind of melding together and mixing into that yellow, that neutral rating there. And then the management of stormwater runoff, while we have a few areas that are particularly satisfied with that service, the vast majority of the town, again, as looking at census block groups, are more in that neutral range. And within those neutrals, you're likely to find some of those dissatisfied and very dissatisfied responses as well. We can provide the town, so if you have anybody in public works or anybody that works heavily in GIS, we can provide the town with a full Excel database that geocodes the results to the block level to provide an anonymity for the respondents, but it can help you pinpoint where some of those very dissatisfied or dissatisfied responses are to all the questions on the survey. When we go through benchmarks, I could sit here and bore you with a bunch of text, which I'm going to do just for a second here. The 2021-22 survey actually contained 36 questions, and I apologize, I didn't catch that typo. I caught the one on the front while we were gearing up for my item here. The U.S. average is really based on a national survey that we administered in the winter of 2022, so it was just after the first of the year, to a random sample of about 9,000 U.S. residents, which is a pretty robust sample. You know, when you're doing political polling nationwide, you'll be lucky if you get 300 or 400 folks to answer the phone and take that particular type of survey. The Atlantic regional average is another benchmark item that we provided in the report. It's based on a regional survey administered again during that same time period to a random sample of residents from North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Over the last couple of years, we've switched some of our regional averages. So before, I don't believe that Washington, D.C. And Maryland were included in that particular average, but we have included some of those folks. And that's based on some internal research that we've done and trying to group some regions in the United States based on where our clients exist. I wanted to show you at least one table of your benchmarks because they are just so good. Really, we would just go through about 20 of these tables here and just kind of show you here are all of the areas where you're significantly above the national average, but you're not just significantly above the national average for a majority of these items. Keeping in mind the item at the bottom, it's one of your top priorities for improvements. It's where residents are kind of ding you on the survey in particular. Those items at the top are so far and away above the national average. It just gets kind of silly. So almost 24 percentage points above the national average for your public library services, which is phenomenal. Trash and yard waste collection above 30%. Fire services always receive pretty good ratings, both regionally and nationally. So only about 8.7 percentage points above the national average there, but the other 2 or 3 items down just below that. Especially your transit. And it was great to see a resident come on early in the public comment section to really push town council to extend a route. Folks know how good that Chapel Hill Transit service is. I've actually visited with Chapel Hill Transit on site and presented similar customer survey results to them in the past. And that's just a phenomenal transit organization. We work with a lot of those folks, both in the region, but also nationally. Here are some of the comparative advantages. As we said, I think it was 31 of the 36 areas that we assessed, you were above the U.S. average. A lot of overlap between U.S. and Atlantic regional average comparative advantages. So these are all areas where you were significantly above the national and regional averages. There were more than 30 of these areas, but I could only fit so many. And as we've gone through this exercise now for the 7th time, we continue to see a lot of the usual suspects when we talk about your comparative advantages, which is just fantastic. When we talk about weaknesses, there's fewer items to really focus on. What we also find is that these items are particularly related to some of our top priorities for improvement: management of traffic flow, adequacy of street lighting, which I believe could have likely not been a comparative weakness had we done this after daylight savings time. And in a couple of years, we might not even have that issue anymore. But we do see adequacy of city street lighting kind of perform poorly usually during those winter months, anytime between late November and late February or early March. Traffic enforcement, that's a difficult one. Folks are either being enforced upon, which they don't appreciate, or folks think that others are speeding. Me and all my neighbors on the weekends, we think everybody's speeding down the street. So if my community were to do one of these surveys, traffic enforcement would be a problem for me. But again, that's a difficult item like codes enforcement, where you might have a problem with the length of your neighbor's lawn, but it might actually not be against those regulations. So that person doesn't get cited. They don't need to cut their grass quite yet. But at the same time, if that grass is too long and against regulation, now that person is dissatisfied with that particular interaction. So those can be difficult items. We talk about trends, short and long-term trends analysis. We wanted to talk about just notable short-term decreases and increases. What we found notable short-term increases since 2019-2020 survey is ease of travel, snow removal, access to shopping, management of stormwater runoff. So although that's a top priority, you have been seeing increases since 2019-2020 survey, which would suggest that you're moving in the right direction. We also saw rating the town as a place to do business as one of our lower rated items in our perceptions slide. That item is also improving. So we're seeing some areas where we might believe, hey, we should pick up the pace. We should see higher levels of satisfied responses or positive responses. And you're actually seeing that movement. And I wanted to make sure that we highlighted that here. Some decreases since 2019, 2020. If you've already looked down at those and kind of skipped ahead here, a lot of those are COVID-19 related. The availability of festivals and community events, on-street bike facilities, which is maybe not COVID related, but something that most communities are working for. I know that on the agenda tonight, you had a Complete Streets folk that was at least on the agenda. I don't know if I heard them speak or not. Quality of transparent, trusted, and accurate town communication. That has been an issue at least for the last couple of years with most communities nationwide, high performers and the like. Folks have been really beating up administrative staff, elected officials on these surveys. And again, just keeping in mind perceptions, folks are typically getting their information, not just from the city, but also TV or local news. And we see a lot of negative stories kind of running there versus some of the more factual stuff that we'll probably find on the town's website. We also saw access for persons with disabilities to town facilities and services go down. That could have also been COVID related. And then availability and range of housing types. That's been a really hot topic nationally, housing and availability of cultural activities and the arts, which again is COVID related. We have some longer term trends going back to 2009. Maintenance of downtown Chapel Hill has improved, availability of greenways, multi-use paths, and really, I believe that it's more about connectivity than availability. So if you've been connecting some of those to places where people like to go or need to go, you're going to see some major improvements there. One of our other items was traffic flow or streets. Maintenance of streets is a long-term notable increase. Overall feeling of safety in the town, another increase. And then when we go to decreases, code enforcement, which is a difficult item, ease of use of Chapel Hill Transit, quality of new development, traffic enforcement. Chapel Hill Transit itself is rating the quality of the service and maintenance of sidewalks. So still performing very well with regards to Chapel Hill Transit. But we have since 2009 seen a couple of decreases in those ratings. So what does all this mean? So we get to this part of the presentation, and what we do is we show this massive table that's been color coded. It doesn't look quite like this in your report, so I like to provide a little additional context. In the beginning of our community surveys, we were simply asking satisfaction. We were finding folks based on their perceptions again, were either understating or overstating dissatisfaction and satisfaction with city services, whether or not they wanted more emphasis placed on an item or less emphasis. So what we did is we kind of took that out of their hands and we asked folks to rate your satisfaction with these items and then tell us which 2 or 3 are the most important to you, or which 2 or 3 should the town emphasize over the next couple of years or until we conduct our next survey. And what we began to find is that folks were being a little bit more honest in their satisfaction ratings, and they were giving us a really good indication as to where we should be investing. So what this important satisfaction analysis does is helps rank these major categories of town services, and we'll see a few additional tables like this. And it basically sorts these in a way that the items towards the top of the list are lower levels of satisfaction, higher levels of importance ranking or emphasis ranking. And so we see our top 3 priorities for improvements. And what I like to do for for presentations is give you a little bit of a better detail into that. So we see parks, greenways, and other recreation facilities highlighted in yellow, and that's because that's a 0.998 rating, which means that it's just on the precipice of becoming a high priority for improvement. A small dip in satisfaction or an increase in importance ranking, which it is the most important item for you to emphasize, could lead this item to become a higher priority. And what this analysis does is by focusing items at the top of this list, those items most important, least satisfied with, we find that it has a dramatic impact on overall satisfaction with the delivery of town services, or overall satisfaction in that perception slide. So the town is a place to live, raise children, work, etc. The items in green are those items where you're performing relatively well in terms of satisfaction, and they're significantly less important than the other items on the list. So if we take permit and inspection services, while it received only 45% very satisfied and satisfied responses, only 9% of residents selected as one of the top choices for a most important rank. So even dramatic improvements in satisfaction with permit and inspection services won't have an impact on other areas of the survey. And that's how you should really kind of analyze and kind of digest these tables. We'll see another one on public safety services here. Only one high performing area or high priority area, traffic enforcement. I alluded to this earlier, and I wanted to do that because I knew this slide would pop up and we'd say, well, traffic enforcement is kind of a difficult item, and it most definitely is. It received the lowest level of satisfaction, likely because people are either being pulled over for speeding, which is improving public safety, or folks think that you're not pulling over enough people, or those human radar detectors. It's also relatively important to residents at 26%, and the percentages don't necessarily gauge how important it is, because when there's fewer items to select from, we ask residents to select fewer for their most important or top categories. The other items in this category are all receiving relatively high levels of satisfaction, lower levels of importance ratings. Visibility of police in neighborhoods is a difficult one, but you are performing very well there. But it is one of those areas that we've seen a slight decrease in satisfaction in the long term since that 2009 survey. Transportation and infrastructure. We see two very high priority items: ease of vehicle traffic during AM and PM peak times. That goes back to one of your top priorities for improvement, which is traffic flow, availability of parking downtown. It's likely availability of parking is the downtown parking is where folks are having the issues. Ease of bicycling and availability of sidewalks kind of rounds out the top priorities for transportation infrastructure. Public facilities, again, maintenance of sidewalks, maintenance of streets. So again, those big ticket items that can be difficult, but what is great is that you're performing extremely well in those areas down towards the bottom, which includes the maintenance of your downtown, access for seniors, children, and teens to town facilities and services, maintenance of town buildings and facilities, performing very well in all of those other areas. When I get into the additional findings, we'll talk about our DEI, or diversity, equity, inclusion question. This one does need a pause before you just see the 71% and disagree down there. That is actually kind of a negative statement that we've included. It says, I have been reluctant to participate in a town program because I felt like I didn't belong. Only 11 or 12% of respondents agreed with that particular statement, with the vast majority, 71%, saying that they either disagree or strongly disagree with that statement. The other statements, on the other hand, are all kind of positive related statements. So we want to see more strongly agree ratings, fewer disagree ratings, but we have kind of a mixed bag of ratings for all of these. Now, these are difficult ratings. We know that a majority of the residents in the community are white, with a mix of African American and Asian respondents, a few mixed race or two or more race folks based on the Census Bureau data that's available to us. So this chart could use some additional interpretation. I'd like to work with Sabrina to make sure that maybe we get some cross tabulations by race or ethnicity. And if you have any other consultants that would be interested in some additional analysis on this question, I'd be more than happy to help.
Brian, I think you mean Shanika, not Sabrina. Sabrina's our clerk, and Shanika, our DEI officer.
Yeah, I apologize. Sabrina Oliver was my contact for the survey this time around. Before, that's why I'm alluding to Sabrina. Yeah, just because she's the one that I've been working with. Before it was Catherine, but I think she's traded sides. She's down the road from us now, I believe. And then what we're looking at here, is basically energy efficiency type questions. This is the second time we've been able to ask this question. So I wanted to provide trends. More and more folks seem to be doing these things, taking steps to make their home more energy efficient, reduce how much they throw away in the garbage. There was really none of these items that folks are doing at a lesser pace than they were a couple of years ago. So this is taking steps to reduce carbon emissions, make their home more water efficient, compost food scraps into yard waste. And it seems like the town has done a good job of promoting some of these programs, or at least pushing folks in the right direction to make some of these decisions. We also asked residents where they currently get their information. The two most preferred sources are the ones that are highlighted with the red arrow. They're not currently aligned with residents or are getting most of their information. So it seems that residents are probably getting local information through neighborhood associations or the website, which is one of the most preferred items. But folks really prefer and would like to see town email subscriptions or the Chapel Hill e-news. So definitely bolstering that, making sure that we're working on that to widen our reach, widen our email base is going to be really important. But we also see TV and radio there. And we know that those media outlets can have a great impact on our perceptions, but we're maybe not always providing them with the most accurate or up-to-date information, or inundating them with some of the good stories that we know are coming out of Chapel Hill. Some of the other items towards the bottom are Chapel Hill Gov TV at 3%. That is pretty typical. I wanted to highlight that one. I know a lot of work goes into those programs in each town and community that I work in. I wouldn't undermine that particular program, but they're just underutilized in most communities. Social media is at about 25%, which is probably for the good in this particular instance. I prefer not to see communities, and I think communities that have higher ratings don't have higher levels of social media usage in their communities. And what we want to see is kind of an alignment of both community or town communication, kind of melding in with some of those neighborhood associations and TV radio, which is exactly what we're seeing here. We just need to really bolster our town email subscriptions because it is one of our most preferred methods for getting information about the town. In summary, residents hold a really high perception of the town. I think it's just outstanding that we continue to see these results time after time. The town also seemingly got lucky to have administered their survey at the tail end at 19, beginning of 2020, kind of skipping the last two really rough years for some of our larger communities. You continue to set the standard for the delivery of city service or town services, which is just phenomenal. Again, rating above national average, 5 percentage points or more in 29 of the areas that we're able to assess. And priorities for improvement remain the same, but as I've already kind of spoken to, those are items that are typical of high-performing organizations, where we'll see those major infrastructure items kind of at the top of that list perennially. With that, I can kind of take off my screen share here and take any additional questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Mayor, before we take questions, there was a question about demographics. And so in the question, what best describes your race? The percentage for Asian or Pacific Islander was 12.6%, white was 71.3%, Black African American was 10.3%. So it is fairly close to what our numbers are here in Chapel Hill.
We did have the separate Hispanic, Latino, Spanish ancestry question, which also matched. And what we want to see there is a very close resemblance to the Census Bureau numbers, but anything within our margin of error is typically acceptable for this type of research.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, followed by Ms. Berry.
Yeah, thank you for this. It's really interesting. And I was just wondering, given the conversation about demographics, if you did do any crosstabs, if you were able to see any trends according to race, ethnicity, gender, any of the kind of, I mean, that's the thing that I think would be interesting in terms of the equity questions, is not just, do people feel that they can participate or that they're welcomed, but what the trends are. Because if it's that, if it breaks down along race lines, then we haven't really accomplished much, right? Like if white people feel very welcome and others don't, then that's not great. So I'm just wondering if you were able to look a little deeper in any of, I guess, I would be interested in all the categories if there were demographic differences.
Yeah, we haven't done that yet, but we can definitely do that. And I'll work with Mr. Jones and again, my contact Sabrina to make sure that we deliver that to you all.
That would be great. That would be really interesting. And I guess my other question is, how do we, since some of these things either are perennially concerns that I'm not sure that we can do anything, or that maybe it's not our strategic top priority. I'm wondering how we align the questions we ask with our strategic goals, so that we're not that we want to ask different questions than other communities, because I know it's really important to be able to compare, but just are there questions that we're asking that maybe we don't need to be?
Yeah, so this type of research is really meant to understand the quality of services as they're seen through the resident eyes. We get a lot of communities who have councils who want to ask about their strategic priorities and how much they agree with those priorities, and those priorities are more and more not related to infrastructure improvements and more related to social equity. Residents, at least in our survey research, don't seem as moved by that as they do, hey, we're going to improve north-south traffic in your community, or hey, we're going to build a new aquatic center. That's just from this particular research. There are definitely other outlets to go through for that DEI type questionnaire, or digital equity or digital divide type questions. But for the purposes of this exercise, you've blended enough commercial enterprise housing questions with DEI, with the availability of different services, but most importantly, those quality of services to kind of keep a pulse on where you're rating. Because if we take our eye off of things like code enforcement or even street maintenance, you'll find that without touching base with residents, you'll let those things slip, and then they'll become extremely high priorities in the future. So I think that the survey is really well rounded. Again, keeping it short into a report card type of instrument is really helpful for not only getting those responses we need, but helping to interpret the responses through the analysis.
Gotcha. And then my final question is, how do we delineate between, people who are upset because there's about code enforcement, but that includes people who don't want it and who do want it? So how do we understand what those things really mean?
Yeah, that would be.
And that's just an example. I don't mean that as the only one, but.
Yeah. So that would be discussions with, either one, bringing in randomized focus groups. So we oftentimes hear from the same people over and over. The people that I know speak to council members are typically the usual suspects again. So you're hearing from a lot of the same people. You're hearing probably some of the same things, and those folks are usually coming to you because they know your position in the community. So in terms of all of this, we would just want to make sure that we're focused on resident perceptions and just trying to keep the survey in a way that, hey, we can't dive too far deep, because otherwise we're going to have an open-ended response box for each survey item on the survey. But we can also bring folks in to discuss problem issues, or even talk about panel surveys where we've gathered a group from the survey response group who would like to participate in additional research. And through that, you can quickly go out to them and say, hey, code enforcement was a top priority for improvement. We'd like to know a little bit more as to why. And so we're going to a smaller sample where it's a lot easier to kind of manage those open-ended responses.
Yeah.
So there's a few ways that you can do that. I get that question a lot, and that is a really difficult item, but typically your subject matter experts on staff are going to be the first place to turn to give you a really good response as to what do you think folks are upset about in terms of code enforcement. Or X service item. Yep.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks.
Ms. Berry.
Thanks, Ryan. Thank you for this. A couple of questions. One, you mentioned the two measurements that you like to, the two gauges that you like to look at. Is it the place to live and a place to raise children? And I think I got the sense from you that what you use to measure, or what impacts people's satisfaction for, is this a good place to live, is the services that are provided. Is that correct? Can you help me understand what contributes to their level of satisfaction with a good place to raise children?
Yeah, so those are the places that I look first. And I call that my report card, because if you typically look at those results first and you see extraordinarily high levels of excellent good ratings in those particular areas, you can safely assume that we'll likely see higher ratings throughout the survey. So those things are correlated in a sense. And if you did some stepwise regression analysis, things like that in your survey findings, you'd find that as a place to live, as a place to raise children, as ratings ebb and flow there, you would find the same ebb and flow in the overall quality of city services. And we see some of that connection also in communication. So in terms of their connectivity, the ebb and flow is typically there, but those are items that I just go to first as a consultant. I've been doing this for about 15 years, and those are the places that I go first. I can almost always tell you whether or not the results are going to be good or poor based only on that particular slide. And so that's what I kind of like to allude to with council, is that if I see positive ratings as the city or town as a place to live and raise children, I'm likely going to see positive ratings in items such as Parks and Recreation services, which is a major factor in overall satisfaction with the community. Also, quality of life services. So if we're asking any of those other quality of life services, availability of affordable housing, availability of affordable childcare, health services, and those types of items, we'll see higher levels of satisfaction in all those areas as well. So,
okay, thank you. Next question is, you mentioned that there was a decrease in satisfaction. This was the long view for visibility of law enforcement officers since 2009. And this may not be something that you can answer, but I am curious to find out if we've had a decrease in personnel, and perhaps that's why we don't have that visibility. So there's that. And if
I actually do have something in regards to this, which is actually kind of funny. Since COVID, we've seen that item become a struggle for communities where relatively high police services have always been rated well. We strongly believe it's a factor of folks being at home more. So folks are at home more, likely perceiving that they're seeing more around their neighborhood. You know, they'll see the people walk down the street. They'll see the occasional cruiser go down the street. But most folks don't understand what those schedules are or how frequently they should be coming down the street. So I think that, one, this is a COVID related issue where folks are at home just a little bit more frequently than they were before. And two, a communication and engagement issue. Just letting folks know that, hey, we know you can't look out your front window 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but those cruisers are coming down your streets. We either have town patrol or sheriff patrol in your area X number of times per day. And I've seen that over and over and over the last 2 years, and I strongly believe it's related to folks being at home more frequently and just kind of thinking that they've got a closer eye on things than maybe they do.
Okay, then I misunderstood the results. There's an echo here. The last thing is, help me understand the randomization approach.
Yeah. So USPS has a full list of residential addresses for the town of Chapel Hill. So every potential residential address is continually updated in a database. We have a really great list brokerage firm. It used to be called Data. Now it's called Data Axle. It used to be Info Group USA. But what we do is we basically purchase preliminary the entire list of all USPS addresses. And from that, we randomly assign each one a number. And then we'll randomly select how many surveys we need to send out to reach our goal of 400, which is about 2,500 addresses. So out of all of the residential addresses in the community, we'll then buy the physical address, any potential information about that person. So most of this information, when it comes to emails and cell phones and home lines and things like that, that's coming from secondary sources. So we'll purchase all that secondary source information as well for follow-up attempts. But the sample is randomized based on residential addresses. In order to complete and have your survey counted online, you will have to input a physical address at the end of the online survey before submitting that matches one for which we selected at random.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we've got another item here, Mr. Searing.
Just a quick question. In the part of your survey where you were asking about the major town services that residents should receive the most emphasis from leaders, and parks, greenways, top, then traffic, public parking, and police. Did you define any further those town services? And did you define any further the way you phrase the emphasis, what you meant by that? And I looked through the rest of the survey, I just couldn't find it. So it may be in there already.
I'll just share quickly my screen again. I've got the report here in the background in case I get any tough questions like this. So we didn't define any of these really beyond what you see here. So respondents were asked to rate their satisfaction and then indicate which three should receive the most emphasis. Something that we do is sometimes in parentheses, I'm guessing this is what you're alluding to, public library services, you could put like 2 or 3 branches or whatever you have there, and kind of define some of these in a different way.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Right. Is anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
Jeannie Brown has her hand
I know, I
raised.
texted her. I don't think she meant to.
It's probably not on purpose.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll bring it back to council. I will say this is always fascinating. I have to spend some time going over it after hearing from you to figure out how to read it. One year we got really blasted on street repair. It seems that we're being sort of moved around a little bit on some other things. I find the street lighting thing fascinating just because we replaced all our street lights with better lighting, but you said people are home, so maybe they're in their neighborhoods too. I don't know. It'll be interesting to delve into that one a little bit more. So it's fascinating information. I do want Shanika to take a look at
of course
what we could do a little differently and offer some guidance, because we do want to hear. I understand the randomization from addresses, but again, that may or may not be. And I don't know if you have a way to desegregate temporary residents, I guess. I'm going to call them students because I just don't know, but it's interesting to see who responds to it. We have a lot of rentals and stuff, and just to see if it's people who have had a lot of experience here or short experience here is what I was mostly interested in, whether they've been here for, the last survey or not, or it's just a perception. So that'd be interesting too, just to know the length of time here to compare it to something from 2009 or, 2 years ago. But it's interesting.
Yeah.
All right, council members, are we good? Want to bid them a Tar Heel goodbye?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. You've gotten us in the past, so this was a little bit of payback, I believe. So you stole Roy from us, and that was just heartbreak.
Okay. Well, that's true. We did steal.
Yeah. Thank you. And then he was so successful. So
it was a good one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody.
All right. Good work, council. We're going to get through our concept plan. I want to remind you after the presentation, let's keep our comments high level and not get into the weeds, because this will either come back or go through a lot of process. So Judy, you're with us again?
Yes, ma'am. So I will start sharing my screen and going to go through a fairly quick review of this concept plan. This is the Hillmont concept plan. It is located, you can see there on the map, just at the southeast corner of NC 54 and Barbie Chapel Road. Meadowmont is on the north side of 54, and the Friday Center is just basically to the west of this property. It's an assemblage of several different parcels. So our recommendation, if my slide will move, is our standard recommendation for a concept plan is just to transmit comments. And as we have shared this slide in all the concept plans coming before you, just to remind you that there is no decision. We're looking for a rough sketch from the applicant. Staff is not conducting a formal review, and the advisory boards that have reviewed this application are providing preliminary feedback. And following this concept plan, there's a couple of different paths. Most likely it will be a conditional zoning application that comes out of this application. To quickly walk you through the property, I'm not going to go through the project detail. I believe the applicant will provide thorough review of that. Just a quick review of this. It is zoned a mixed-use village. This is from a master land use plan and a special use permit that was issued many years ago. That special use permit has expired, although the zoning does remain in place. The proposal before you tonight is approximately 375 apartments with 75 townhomes. It's approximately 36 acres for the entire site, and you can see they have reserved, calling it about 1.5 acres of land as an affordable housing site. And this project has been reviewed by 3 of our advisory boards. The Community Design Commission has reviewed this and asked for or suggested moving the taller buildings closer to 54, creating more of a streetscape along there, looking for some programming of the open space, and being sensitive to site lighting on the adjacent properties. The Stormwater Management Utility Advisory Board also did review this, looking at additional pervious payment and ability to put parking underneath buildings, looking at additional buffers along that eastern boundary, and that is the boundary that is adjoining. There's some single-family homeowners there. Low impact design and looking at locating the refuse away from the RCD and limiting any disturbance in the RCD. Our Housing Advisory Board also did review this, and their comment was consider interspersing the affordable units throughout the site and was interested in options if the low income tax credits were not received. And has become kind of a process of standardization here is our town's urban designer has reviewed this. I believe his notes are captured in the agenda item for this. I'm not going to go through this. I just put this in here as just a note to you to know that he has reviewed this, has been working with the applicant to address some of his concerns. And I believe just as we've been trying to walk through some of the long range evaluation, this is one of the properties within the future land use map. You can see the star there located on the map. It is in the sub area A, which does include multifamily shops and offices, multifamily residential and commercial offices as uses that are encouraged in that area, with a height of up to 6 stories and with some sensitivity to that transition area and limiting those heights to 4 stories. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. If not, I believe I'm going to turn it over to Adam Golden with the applicant.
Let's do that, please.
Okay. Mayor, council members, it's nice to see you again. I will try to be expedient given the time. Let me share my screen. Oops. Okay, can everyone see that? Great. All right. So I am, for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Adam Golden. I am a development partner with Northwood Raven. You probably know, hopefully you know many of our projects, but we most recently developed Caraway Village on the north side of town. Hopefully you've been to the drive-in theater, and in the very soon to be announced Tesla supercharging station, if you have an electric vehicle, along with some other, many other things that we've done there. So Carolina Square is another project in downtown. Chapel Watch Village is a townhome community we developed. Chapel Hill North was some apartments behind the Harris Teeter, and Cosgrove Hill on 15501. And then even across the highway, we did the apartments at Palladian Place, and over by South Point Mall, we did South Point Village. So this is our latest and greatest. This is actually a property I've been working on for close to 7 years to try and figure it out. I'm going to move pretty quickly through this and try to get to, there is a complicating factor on this property that I think most of you know, but I want to get to that and talk about some of the things we've done to kind of creatively solve it. So this is the property. Judy just kind of explained where it is. Again, Meadowmont across the street, Downing Creek behind us, the Morgan Apartments here, and that's Barbie Chapel Road. This is the site area. Okay, so this is the original approved plan that was approved, I believe, in 2008 that did include mixed-use village zoning, so very intense zoning. I think the zoning technically allows close to 2 million square feet of floor area. The approved special use permit at the time was for a roughly 600,000 square foot, primarily office development. All of the buildings here were all office buildings, surface parked. It was a pretty massive surface parking lot. There were 100 residential units shown right here, and there was a small retail building shown here. It was a pretty intense project, and this actually predated some of the RCD regulations. So the only stream buffer was in a small section here. We have since done a stream determination. Allison Weekly has come out, and the stream actually does run all the way through the site. So there is a buffer required all the way across. The parking lot here was 1,700 spaces. So it was a suburban office development is really what it was designed as. There was a traffic signal that was here on 54. This again predated a lot of the growth in Chatham County and the traffic conditions on 15501 that I know have been a hot topic.
Adam, can you move us on to your current proposal, please?
Yes. Yep. So just again, very quickly, this was the Council Committee for Economic Sustainability saw this last year in February. This is the highest and best use study. This shows a stream buffer. It actually recommends a multifamily project here of 4-story surface parked. This is the complicating factor on this property. And I will try to hit this as quickly as I can. When the original project was zoned, there was an agreement made between this neighbor here, which is an apartment community owned by UBS Realty Investors. UBS is the massive financial institution, very well-respected organization. And they have owned that project for 23 years. So they have a big investment there. When the original zoning was approved for this plan, the agreement said that in the first 425 feet, which this line shows, it's roughly 16 acres, so it's half the site. The owner, UBS, gets an approval right over what happens in this area. They had approved this previous plan, but any changes to that, they have to approve. And I think the original intent of that was to really, they've got a very nice project that they've maintained very well, is to kind of architecturally make sure the project looked good. It was in concert with it. There were some landscape buffer requirements, and they didn't want, there's things like project lighting. The unfortunate thing is the way it was worded is it does give them an approval right over what happens on this back half of the property, given that it's different. So what we have done is we have been working on this project to try to dial in to exactly what the highest and best use study called for, and figure out really how to unlock really building a community. I mean, that's what we do, literally. But on this particular project, what we were doing is effectively downzoning the intensity of the site. And this is our plan. Hopefully some of you have seen it already, but again, it's a garden apartment community, surface parked. That's a very key piece of this. And then we have a townhome section here. These townhomes would be rental. And then we have a parcel here. It's 1.5 acres that we have reserved for affordable housing. What I wanted to make clear, there've been a lot of questions about it. Our intention, when the project moves forward, if this proposal can be approved, we are prepared to donate this property to an affordable housing developer, or even potentially to the town. One update that has happened fairly recently is I've had several discussions with Jennifer Player of Habitat for Humanity. They had the project earlier tonight. She actually has been tracking this site and was planning to reach out to us to see if they could be involved. They would be a perfect fit to be a partner with us on this project. And, they could do, you really could do a variety of things. This is drawn to scale. So this is 1.5 acres. I mean, it could be single family homes, it could be townhomes, which I know Habitat for Humanity has a product they're doing at Weaver's Grove and has done successfully before. It could even be condominiums, and you could even get higher density on that site. But the way we've kind of set up the site is we are trying to effectively create one community with a gradient of density. The higher density buildings are here, lower density buildings with townhomes are here, which kind of are adjacent to the existing single family. And this is what the line is that title, it's kind of UBS line that we call it, where UBS has an approval right over this section of the property. One big plus that, again, I'm trying to move quickly here, but we were going to leave, this is almost 9 acres of property that we were going to leave undeveloped and really turn into a really massive open outdoor recreation, amenity, take advantage. There's some grade change to the site. We were going to put a trail system in, having a full-size outdoor court. I mean, it could be a soccer field, which I know many people like. But really a special amenity that would really give the neighboring apartment community, UBS, the buffer that I think they're really after, for their community. And again, this would give, this would be affordable housing parcel, and then there'd be some townhomes. I mean, as we thought about it, and we are coming to you first, and then we are required to go to UBS and seek their approval. So we wanted to get your council's feedback and get your thoughts on our plan. I mean, being honest, I think UBS is a very well-respected, large multinational, firm, and again, has owned this adjacent property for 23 years. So we've tried to really create something that honestly, I would certainly hope, they wouldn't have any problem with, with affordable housing, and we have some townhomes in this section. So, hopefully, that will be acceptable. So here's a few other things. I'll just, again, move through these very quickly, and I can come back if there's any questions. But here's the project, kind of an aerial, just showing the gradient of density. You see the stream here, the larger buildings are here, and then you have townhomes, and this is Barbie Chapel. These are our communities, Caraway Village here. This is Palladian Place across the freeway, Cosgrove Hill, and this was South Point Village. These are good examples of kind of a 4-story service parked community we would build. These are townhomes that we've developed. This is Cosgrove Hill. This is Chapel Watch Village, and these are some row houses that we did at Caraway. Again, our target here, I do think it's worth mentioning, is that we, in addition to the highest and best use study, the Rod Stevens housing report very specifically kind of said, we need more housing in Chapel Hill to really help the people that work in Chapel Hill have a place to live in Chapel Hill. And the whole design, I think it's very important to point out, and then I'll kind of fly through to the end. The inherent design of this project is intended to keep the cost as low as we can, so we can have a rent structure that hits that missing middle. We intentionally we do not have 5-story buildings. We are not having a structured parking garage. We are not going to be super uber luxury on this community. It's intended to kind of hit a more moderate demographic that really is where we see as a huge need right now. So let me kind of move through the end. This is the open space. These are things this is actually a waterfall we developed at Palladian Place. And then these are other, ideas that we have for the open space. I think this is the end. I will stand by for questions, and we will love your feedback.
Thank you. Clarifying questions from council? Mr. Nguyen?
Yeah, 2 quick questions. So one, since the affordable housing parcel is in the UBS line, as you called it, does that mean they have approval over what affordable housing could go there?
Technically, they get to approve, like the way it's written, we send them a plan. Like in theory, if council's supportive of this plan, we would take this plan and take it to them. and then they would get an approval of it. They have, I think, a pretty short way. I think they have 30 days. Again, the intention was that really for architectural and lighting. So my hope is that they don't have any issues with this. And I think we can certainly design, and Habitat, has a really good product design. I think we can show some architectural things that UBS should be fine with. That's all that's all that they would get to approve, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. And second quick question, and I don't know if I didn't hear this. For the townhomes, what square footage or size are you targeting for those?
We're kind of dialing that in now, but my guess is probably somewhere in the 1,200 to 1,600 range. Probably 2 and 3 bedrooms, probably more 3 bedrooms, just because they'll probably appeal to a more family type demographic.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Berry, then Ms. Miller-Fouché.
Thanks. So the 2 and 3 bedrooms, what are the rents that you're looking at?
For the townhomes or for the apartments?
For the apartments. And are the townhomes for the apartments, please?
So the apartments, they start, we have 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. So the 1 bedrooms would start probably in the low $1,000 range, and then 2 bedrooms would be kind of in the 1,700 range, kind of as a starting point, and then the 3 bedrooms would probably in the low 2,000 range, which is kind of is right in that $1.50 range that is kind of that middle sweet spot.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Ms. Miller-Fouché.
Thank you for your presentation. How did you get to the 1.5 acres for affordable housing? And are you open to providing more?
It's a balancing act. and this is, these projects are always somewhat of a high wire act, making the economics work for how much we have to pay for the land, how much we have to build the project, the infrastructure, all the pieces. Really, this is kind of the sweet spot of where we came in that kind of works financially, to allocate this amount of land that we would donate. And then again, I think we have the important factor of we also have to get the neighbor to approve. So we're trying to dial something in that's kind of right in line, if that makes sense. We welcome all comments, but it's a fine line if that makes sense.
Thanks.
Mr. Parker, then Ms. Ryan.
In terms of donating that land, would it be construction ready, or would there be a lot of infrastructure needed to make that land ready for, Habitat or whomever to build on it? What are you delivering to them?
Great question. So what we would deliver here, is and it's part of kind of the setup of this is we would be installing the stormwater system, the water and sewer connections, and this road. So effectively, it would be a kind of the term we use is kind of a plug and play site. So a lot of the infrastructure, if there's any road improvements required on Barbie Chapel, they would all be done. So, part of, again, Habitat for Humanity feels like a great potential partner for this project. And in my discussions with Jennifer Player, it's, what they're looking for is exactly that, fee simple to a property that, is kind of ready to go. They have the labor, they have the funding. They need the property. And in this case, it would be property plus infrastructure is what we'd be providing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Ryan.
The townhomes are rentals, correct?
That's right.
And why did you decide to do that instead of for sale?
Well, I think our firm, we do not develop for sale housing. That's just not what we do. So really in putting this whole puzzle together that I was kind of describing, it's, the need for rental housing in townhomes is very real. We've had a lot of success with the Chapel Watch Village that we've done, Cosgrove Hill, and even at Caraway. So, we, again, in that kind of price point that we're targeting, we think it's actually a pretty big need.
Okay. I want to understand the parking a little bit better. You talked about it being all surface, but are the buildings at the north there, was there underbuilding parking up there?
Yeah, we do have that. That was kind of a creative move that our architectural team kind of came up with. So those are tuck under parking. We actually, I'm glad you asked that, because it actually points out a huge difference between this plan and the previous plan. So we've got, under each building, we were able to get about 40 spaces. So the impervious is actually, the building would be there anyway. So we're actually reducing impervious. And I know the Stormwater Board, was focused on that. The reason it works here is, anyone who knows this site, next time you're on 54, look at this site. There is a significant grade drop from right up here, and it drops down to where the stream is, and then it comes back up. So this really takes advantage of that, and it really lowers the cost of doing some tuck under parking. So it's kind of a design trick that actually has multiple wins that come with it.
Yeah. And would that be possible for the buildings in the center there? Because I know if the land, as you say, it dips down to the north there.
It does. It unfortunately, when you start to get back, it creeps back up. And I think this is why it was called Woodmont and Hillmont. The Mont starts about here. So this is actually high ground, and we actually have some rock that's kind of in this part of the site. So unfortunately, those were the only two where we could do that. I know, and the Stormwater Board, and I think you were there, that, they encouraged us to look for other places we might be able to do that. Unfortunately, we can't. And honestly, if the stream wasn't here, we could potentially put more buildings up here, but we are limited.
And my last question is, when you developed Caraway, you had a similar affordable housing model, correct? Where you designated a piece of land instead of providing it on site. Is that true?
We did, although the structure there was actually pretty significantly different. We've tried to be very creative in how we've approached affordable housing. I've worked with Lauren for probably years on trying to come up with, I know the town's goal is to get affordable housing on the ground, actually get it built. And we've been trying to come up with ways to do that. Caraway was kind of similar in that we had land that we designated. Caraway, the biggest challenge for us is the infrastructure costs at Caraway were extraordinary, between the Eubanks Road improvement, all the site work, the stormwater system, the utilities. I mean, that was a 53-acre site with multiple uses, and all the infrastructure had to go in up front. And I think everyone on the call or on the Zoom here knows, I mean, we've been really, really trying to get more commercial and how to maximize that. And it's unfortunately, some of the market forces have worked against us. COVID has worked against us. So there were significant different components. And when we originally kind of created that idea, the idea was not to donate the land there. It was really to get a project done. And, right now we've got DHIC who has that project. It's called the Indigo. It's in for tax credit approval right now. And so fingers crossed they can get that approved. There we are doing a rental community. And here, honestly, here is a blank slate. And that, so, I mean, that could be another angle here. But it does seem that, I know Habitat has a pretty big interest in the site.
Right, but it has been using that kind of model. It's been a struggle up there to get that affordable housing actually in the ground.
Well, keep in mind there were a couple, that issue came up at the housing board, and Robert Dowling asked, well, why haven't we done it there yet? And so, I mean, I think the important thing that I would recall, I don't know how many councils ago when I presented that one, but So we were originally, when we got that approved in 2015, we were specifically, in fact, required not to submit a tax credit application that first year because at the time DHIC was working on Greenfield Village. That, as I think everyone knows, had a bit of a issue and had to get resubmitted the next year. So we were asked again not to submit any tax credits for Caraway. And then it was either 2017 or 2018. We were asked again when CASA had their project that was coming through.
Yeah, and I know it's not all you're doing, and it's just that I'm just saying that model had some complications to it, and just thinking about that, if we accept a similar model here, we need to think that through. But those are all my questions. Thank you.
I wanted to ask about the connection to Stancil Drive, right? This does not come out all the way to 15501 anymore. It comes out to Stancil Drive.
Correct.
We've been trying to figure out how to make that multimodal path work along Stancil Drive to get people from something like your proposed development all the way to Meadowmont. So, or over to the shopping center that's just east of that. Are you amenable to helping work on that part of the situation?
As far as, whether it's paths or drives and things like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we encourage that. I mean, that's good for our residents. So we would, yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going to ask to hear from the public and then bring it back for council comments. Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak on this item, please? And Mr. Parker, can you help me? Ms. Stegman had to bow off. She wasn't feeling well. I don't see anybody.
Completely unprepared, but I'll do what I can.
Okay, I don't see anybody with their hand raised. So if anyone's wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand.
Can we go back to, because I can't see anything very well. Can we go back to?
Yeah, you want me to unshare?
Yeah, lose the slides.
All right, stop video.
Thank you.
No, hold on.
All right, well, I'm not hearing anyone from the public, so I bring it back for council comments. And again, let's stay high level, please. Ms. Berry.
Thanks. I would like to echo the Housing Advisory Board's desire to see the affordable housing distributed throughout the development rather than just a set aside. The other thing that I'm concerned about are the rents, not the rents, I'm sorry, that this is targeted for the missing middle, but your project where, oh my goodness, where the target is, what is that project name?
Carolina Square.
Carolina Square. That was not supposed to be student housing, and yet it has become student housing. So I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Are you asking for a 21, or are you suggesting a 21 and up, or are you suggesting a rent combination?
I'm saying that those are two concerns. One, or a couple. One, distribute. I would like to see the affordable housing option distributed throughout the development project. The second thing is this be really targeted to families and not to students.
Okay.
Thank you.
Others? Mr. Parker, then Ms. Ryan.
I think Amy's hand was up before mine.
Go ahead, Michael. It's fine.
So a few things. One, anything you can do to have less surface parking would be much appreciated. I would prefer that, that it was a more traditional kind of affordable housing model where there was affordable housing built throughout. I understand why you don't want to do it, but that would be my first choice. My second choice is if you're going to go this route of, giving land with, donating land, and two things. One, we typically look for 15% of the total project being affordable. And, that works out in my, something like, I guess, about 60 or 65 units of affordable housing. I'm not sure 1.5 acres is enough, particularly if we use a habitat townhouse model, to get 65 affordable housing units there. So either more land or some other way of getting to the equivalent of 15% affordable housing there. Otherwise, you know, as I said, an acre and a half with townhomes probably doesn't come close to getting you there. And then what was the other thing? I think those were the two major points that I have. I feel like there was something else, but it probably wasn't very important.
Okay, Miss Ryan.
So I think in general, this is a good site for housing. I like that you've got different kinds of housing. I like that your townhomes are on the smaller size. We see folks coming in at 2,000 square feet and up, which really impacts the price. I mean, anything that we can do to get units that are more affordable for folks who are working at UNC and working in our community would be great. So even smaller units, or since you're not going to have the condoization problem with stacked townhomes, you might want to think about that. See if you can do smaller units up and down. So again, anything we can do to get things that are at a lower price point would be wonderful. I do have issues with the segregated affordable housing, although I understand that Habitat, for instance, couldn't really build a distributed units throughout the site. So if you do decide that the way you want to do it is to donate a piece of land, I'd really like to see a plan for making sure we can get the housing out of the ground in a reasonable amount of time. So, you know, what that looks like going forward. I agree with Mr. Parker. The current size is probably skimpy for what we usually look for in developments like this. I love that the retention of the green space and the amenities. We've seen a bunch of apartment communities lately that just were not even places for people to live. And I think this could be a community. It's got great community spaces. It's got green space. So I think that is all working pretty well. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Searing, then Ms. Anderson, then Mr. Nguyen.
After 11, so quickly, I appreciate the townhomes. It's too bad we can't have them for sale. I would, really like that more than the rentals. The main thing for me is the green space. I know that the neighbors on Little John Road do not have the major company pull that an international company like UBS has, and whatever we agreed with so long ago. But it is too bad that that all the green spaces, which I love and I think it's great, and I just echo saying that it's good that it's there, is centered in the UBS area, and it would be nice to have more of that. I think the Stormwater Board talked about this as well, to buffer the Little John Road neighbors from this. And in fact, maybe if there's a way to move some of the buildings around and move some of that, then that would be good. So anyway, those are my two main comments.
Okay, Ms. Anderson and Mr. Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. I do think really high level that this is a good place for housing. It makes sense. I would like to see the affordable housing integrated, and I definitely feel that it needs to get to 15%. I also would like to see to have, if it's going to be donated, then there has to be a concrete plan to make sure that it actually happens at the same time as the rest of the development. I think, any way that you can get the parking underground more, I think would be great. We've been seeing some really kind of enormous donut-like apartment buildings. So if there are ways to make that feel more humane, more like a real community, so that the people who are in the apartments still kind of have a nice feeling place to live. And I do agree that having the taller buildings towards 54 makes a lot of sense. But I think overall it's a really reasonable use, and I think, you know, that I don't see any issues. So I think it's a reasonable concept plan in that sense.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen, then Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Yeah, I'll echo the comments of my colleagues. Would preferably like to see the affordable units integrated in, if not more land preferably. And then the other thing would also encourage you to reach out to CASA. I think they also have a lot of experience with some higher density options for the affordable piece of it. I think that was it. But yeah, high level agree with the use, good for the housing. And then anything you can do if you do have units integrated into the buildings, targeting 60% and below is also another priority. 60% of AMI and below is another priority of mine.
All right, Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Yes, thank you. I'll just be quick. I'd like to echo what Councilmember Parker and Nguyen were saying. I don't think the 1.5 acres is going to get us to where we need to be around affordability, and would prefer that it is integrated throughout if we're not going to get more land. And I would like those targets to be at 60% and below. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, I guess it comes back to me. I agree with a lot of comments that have been made. I do think we need to do a little better job on affordable housing, whether it's more land or the integrated in or whatever it looks like. I think we need to do a better job. We talk about building community as one of our focuses for building these kinds of neighborhoods. I'd like to see some kind of gathering pavilion or something on that big green space instead of just a soccer field or whatever. There needs to be a place for community to come together, and they might want community gardens instead of a big field or something. But how do you build community where people can gather and come together and walk over to that site? I want to make sure you're putting in some either sidewalk aspects or wide enough streets that people can walk from all the different components of housing there to this big site for the trails, they want a dog park. I don't know what they're going to want, but I just think one big open field isn't going to be enough to build community. So like that. And then again, taking a look at the multimodal path out in front of this space. But if you build something to bring community together, it serves that purpose we talk about other people in the town wanting to come be in this place for the community and the neighbors next door, all that kind of thing, where people can come together. I agree with the surface parking, anything you can do to tuck under the buildings at all possible, or reduce that kind of look. And I would prefer the townhomes as well to be for sale units, but I understand your situation. We do have a need for rental townhomes as well. And if you would consider the 21 and up opportunity there, I don't know that you'll get undergraduate students. We're perfectly happy with graduate students, but we're trying to make sure that we provide enough worker housing for our community, the missing middle component there, versus just creating more student space. So I like the amount of green space. I like the that you got the stream determination already. It's questions we don't have to ask already. So good luck with your whatever company that name is and going forward with them. And I do think you should reach out to CASA as well. They're another one that actually does build. And just have a conversation to what could go on there. So, all right. Do you have enough information from us to discern what your next steps are?
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate all your thoughts.
I need a motion to
transmit comments.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Parker. Take a roll call vote real fast. Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Searing.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. It is Mr. Nguyen's birthday next week, unless I got that one wrong. So wish you an early happy birthday coming up next week. And we are meeting on the 13th. Council, good job getting to this agenda this evening. Mr. Jones, did you have anything else to share with us?
No, ma'am, it's late. Go home.
Yeah,
Or
we
you're
all
already
did.
home. Go to sleep.
night,
I'm going to go home.
You're gonna go home. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my flip flops on and just go upstairs.
That's right, go home.
Anyway, thank you all. Meeting is now adjourned.
Thanks,
night.
everyone. Good night.
Night. Good job,
Night.
council. Good